Just nice friends. Love that. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council, particularly those watching the live stream of the Council's YouTube channel. The Council supports the principles of transparency and encourages the filming, recording, and taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised, therefore, that this meeting may be filmed, recorded, or photographed. Please can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst in the meeting. There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we should all make our way downstairs via the fire escape into the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. I have received apologies from councillors Bird, Dew, Reynolds, Goldsack, Prentice, Billington, Simon King, and Fuller. And I've also had notice that Councillor Josh Schumann and Councillor Batchelor are running late because of the inclement weather, but are hoping to join us a bit later.
Councillor Batchelor.
Oh, Councillor Batchelor has made it here. Well done, Henry.
I think she sent apologies.
Oh, and Councillor Hathorn has also sent apologies. So the first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 18th of October 2022. The Council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you please raise your hand now? So we'll take those as agreed then. An updated motions log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. While I will not be reopening debate on any motion in the motions log, I will take questions and comments if you wish to pursue actions further. You'll need to contact the allocate officer outside of this meeting. Anybody like to raise anything to do with the actions log? No, thank you. So I have several announcements to make today. It is with the very deepest regret that I report the recent death of my friend, County Councillor Derek Giles, who represented the St Neots, Eton, Soken and Amesbury division from 2013 and the St Neots and Eton's division from 2017 as an independent councillor. Derek was elected chair of the council in May 21, but regrettably had to resign from the role due to ill health. Together with many other councillors, the leader, the deputy leader, and our chief executive, I attended Derek's funeral service, which took place at St Mary's Church in Eton Soken on December the 5th. Derek served the people of Eton Soken with distinction as a town, district, and county councillor for decades. The people of St Neots and Huntingdonshire are forever indebted to Derek's service. The council's thoughts are with his wife Sandy, his daughter Anne-Marie, and all his family and friends at this very sad time. Would anybody like to say a few words about Derek? Councillor Singer.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen. I would very much like to say some words about Derek, and it was a great honour and joy to attend Derek's funeral last week. His funeral was a sort of amazing celebration of Derek's life, as any of us who were there would be able to attest. It started with words from Derek that had been recorded and finished with words from Derek that had been recorded. And it was a wonderful, wonderful occasion. I have served for over 8 years on this council with Derek, but I know that many people in this room have been councillors with Derek for much longer than that. He was always a larger than life character and a fantastic spokesperson for St Neots. As was reflected in his funeral last week, a passionate advocate for St Neots, but also an extraordinary fundraiser, and the warmth with which he was remembered and is remembered in his community is extraordinary. But for me, one of the other things that I want to mention here is visiting Derek quite recently in September, surrounded by his family. The last few years have been really tough for Derek and his family. He has been incredibly brave and a kind of beacon of impressiveness in dealing with the things that he's had to deal with since his diagnosis with sarcoma. A real sort of, I can't think of the right words, a really impressive person for us all to look up to in how to deal with having to cope with extraordinary new challenges right at the end of your life. And he did that with such grace and good humour. And to see him back in September surrounded by his family and by the warmth and love that they have for him was fantastic. So I would also like to say thank you to Sandy and to all of them for the courage and good humour and grace that they have managed and supported him over those last few years. So I think that's enough. But yeah, remembering Derek with very, very many fond memories. Thank you.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to really echo Councillor Netzinger's comments, a lot of us were at Derek's funeral last week in St Neots. He's the only person I know that managed to get the first word and the last word at his own funeral, which I thought was very appropriate for Derek. We of course worked very closely together in the independent group, had many meetings, many discussions. Occasionally Derek would even follow what we'd agreed at a council meeting. Not often, but Derek was really unique. I mean, what an amazing servant to St Neots, as we all know, to Huntingdonshire as well, of course, where we were able to make him an honorary freeman recently, and obviously to the county council. Great shame that he wasn't able to serve longer as chair. Of course, Sandy as well has a distinguished record of service on this council and for the people of St Neots. His sense of optimism is something I think I will remember most, as Councillor Netzinger said. One of the last times I spoke to him, he was telling me about his condition and what he'd been through, and he said halfway through that, he said, "Why are you looking so gloomy, Tom?" And I said, "Well, you've just been through so much, Derek." And he said, "Look, I'm going to be okay." He said, "I'm going to be fine." It was just so positive. And he said a remarkable example to all of us. We're going to miss him greatly. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to speak personally on behalf of the Conservative group about Derek. Derek and I got elected to Huntingdonshire District Council on the 2nd of May 1991. So I've known him since then. Very rarely, we very rarely agreed on things politically, but there was always a great mutual respect between the two of us, and a lot of, certainly from Derek, a lot of humour, because he would quite often take the mickey out of me at my expense. I left local politics, but Derek carried on serving St Neots. And I bumped into him and Sandy at a function about 7-8 years ago, just after I got re-involved in local politics. And it was if we hadn't seen, we'd seen each other the following week, yet it had been probably nearly 20 years gap. And it just carried on as if normal. And then after then, bumped into him at various meetings, and obviously now in the county. St Neots have lost a very wonderful person who did a lot for, especially, must not forget, Eton Soken, because that was his passionate part of St Neots. But my thoughts are with Sandy and the family, but we've lost a good person.
Thank you. Councillor Machini.
Thank you, and it's lovely to hear all these lovely words about Derek. I didn't have the privilege of knowing him outside council quite as well as some people in this room, but I did have the privilege to attend his funeral service, and it was just amazing to see the outpouring of love for him and from him. It was something to behold. I spoke to him last at the back of Burgess Hall in February. He's been to council since, but when I heard of his passing, I was quite sad because I thought I wouldn't hear his voice ever again. But the resourceful man that he is, he managed to speak at his own funeral. And, I was delighted to see him on video, and I'm kind of expecting him to appear on Teams any minute. It was a great, great privilege to know him, and my thoughts and those of the Labour group are with his family at this very sad time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Ian, my husband, and myself met Derek when he knocked on our door canvassing for the local elections in 2003. He came back the next night and managed to talk Ian into standing for the town and district council elections. Ian and myself weren't really interested in local politics at the time, but we soon became immersed in it. My husband became chairman of the Town Twin Association, and we as a family used to travel to France and in turn host the French family back. Derek and Ian, along with Sandy and others, travelled to Stolberg in East Germany. I hope you remember that, Sandy. And as part of one of these events, where I have been told that Derek never once shy away from an opportunity. He raised money for the mayor's charity, even there. Derek seemed to be continuously raising funds for something. If it wasn't for the mayor's charity, it was for a toilet in Uganda. He didn't even miss the opportunity to raise funds for the sarcoma research at his own funeral. We wouldn't have expected anything less from Derek. Derek was, as we've heard, was well known in the Etons, as was Sandy. They've represented St Neots for over 30 years, predominantly in Soken. But Derek was, as we've heard, also a councillor for Eton Soken and Amesbury, along with Steve Van Kerkhoff, before Steve sadly died, which is where Derek encouraged me into standing for the election at county. And boy, did he know how to fight and win elections. I learned a lot from him and Sandy. Derek could always be seen on May Day at the village green in the Etons doing barbecue, or in the Pytor close to where Derek and Sandy lived. He was known to frequent the odd pub or two,
even in North Yorkshire Dales, which is where we bumped into him unexpectedly while on holiday. That really was a surreal moment, seeing Derek at the bar. Derek, of course, were the founders of SNIG, St Neots Independent Group, which, you know, I'm part of, and will be ever grateful for Derek for giving me this opportunity. He believed in me, and I would not be standing here now today if it wasn't for Derek or Sandy. Derek was one of life's true characters. He will be sadly missed, but never forgotten.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, and for everyone for those wonderful memories. We will be holding a collection on behalf of Derek's chosen charity, which is Sarcoma UK, in our break while we enjoy mince pies and carols. But can I now ask you all to please stand in memory of Derek?
All your kind words, and very much appreciated by me and the family. Yeah, it was a brilliant funeral. Absolutely. He ordered it, he organised it himself, but he was never demonstrative with affectionate words. But just before we go, I will share with you the last few words that he said to me. We celebrated our 56th wedding anniversary a few days before he died. And in my anniversary card, he wrote, I do love you, you know. You've been a good missus. Thanks for a wonderful life. And thank you, Derek, for our wonderful life. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. Charlotte Black has announced plans to leave both her interim role as Executive Director of People Services and her substantive role as Director of Adults and Safeguarding across both councils in July. That's something missing there. In mid-January, sorry. Charlotte is currently leading work to develop options for both councils to consider the future leadership arrangements for adults, children, education and commissioning. I'm sure members will join me in thanking Charlotte for her exceptional service to the County Council. On behalf of the Council, I'd like to welcome Elaine Redding, who has been engaged as Interim Executive Director of Children's Services across both Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council, to take forward the strategic leadership of children's social care and education. Members will wish to note that the Council's Assistant Director of IT and Digital Services, Sam Smith, addressed the annual conference for the Linked Organisation of Local Authorities in Christchurch, New Zealand in late November, in a role as Joint Assistant Director for 2 local authorities and as the immediate past President of the National Society for Information Technology. Sam has also been announced recently by Computer Weekly as one of the top 50 most influential women in the UK tech industry. Yes. Councillor Howard, yes.
I won't interrupt you for too long, but can I just say a very short word about Charlotte, as this is the last council meeting?
Absolutely.
Before she retires from our service. Charlotte Black has been the most outstanding professional in the field of social services, but also with a health background. I've and my colleagues in the Adults and Health Committee have been totally impressed by her commitment, by her professionalism, by her care, by her understanding, by her diligence. And I plan to say more at the Adults and Health Committee on Thursday, but I want to take this opportunity of expressing my strong thanks, not just on behalf of this administration, but across, I'm sure, this whole council chamber for her service over many years to this council.
Councillor van der Ven as well.
I just wanted to say what a privilege and delight it has been to work with Charlotte. She is the ultimate human and the ultimate professional, and combining the two is really magic. We're going to really miss you, Charlotte.
Thank you. I am also delighted to report that Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Young Inspectors Group, made up of young people with social care involvement, have been recognised for their exceptional supervised contact centre project with the National Voice Award for participation from Coram Voice. More good news is that the Council's National Citizen Service Team has received a National Health and Safety Award for the National Citizen Service Trust and Pharaoh's Response. Cambridgeshire County Council are the first winners of this prestigious award, and it is in recognition of the National Citizen Service Team's outstanding health and safety practice throughout 2022. And in particular, the team was noted for its culture, standards, and commitment to health and safety practice. As chair of the council, I attended the following events. With the help of my vice chair, we have presided over all of the citizenship ceremonies, which are now taking place every Monday at New Shire Hall. I attended the Veterans Day ceremony at Madingley American Cemetery, the White Ribbon and St Andrew's Day flag raisings at New Shire Hall, and the King's College Carol Service and the Cambridgeshire Lieutenancy Carol Service. My vice chair led the first remembrance service at New Shire Hall. That concludes the announcements. Next is an item on declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interest under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. I will pick up the dispensation for all members in relation to agenda item number 6, the Independent Remuneration Panel, when we get to that item. Councillor Boulat, I believe the monitoring officer has also exercised her discretion to grant a dispensation to allow you to take part in debate on your motion at agenda item 10C. May I have any other declarations now, please? Thank you. Agenda item number 4 is public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. The council has received notice of one question, the contents of which have been circulated electronically to all members and published on the council's website. I believe that the question asker, Ms. Kelly White, will be joining us virtually. Can we patch her in, please?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
We can hear you. Could you please ask your question?
My twin teenagers are in further education in Cambridge, but our village bus in Bassingbourn doesn't get them to the train station. So I'll have to read it thing. Doesn't get in there early enough so that they can actually get to the college, and they both work at McDonald's as well, but again there's the buses are just terrible, so they can't get there through any bus, and the road from Bassingbourn to get to the train station's incredibly dangerous. I don't have a car. I had to get them a bike each to get them to the train station, which are just breaking constantly. I've had to rely on strangers from the village who's coming to help fix them. And I've been having to just get taxis for them all the time, which is something I can't afford. I tried all through the summer holidays contacting the MPs, contacting all the colleges, different bus services, and I just got nowhere. There's no way for them to actually get to their further education. One of the friends has actually already dropped out of college because of this, and I just don't know much further what I can do with affording taxis and things. They'll just have to miss lots of days.
Thank you for that excellent question. Councillor Beckett's going to respond.
Thank you, Kelly. And firstly, thank you so much for taking the time to submit your question and for asking it today to all of us at the County Council. I really sympathise with the issues your children face on a daily basis. So many of our young rely on public transport and active travel, and the Joint Administration is obviously committed to improving both. We can't simply force people to buy cars to make up for failing public transport or active travel. Driving isn't an option for everyone, as you've so rightly pointed out. At the same time, we know that safe cycle routes are needed in so many places. Bassingbourn to Royston features in the Cambridgeshire Active Travel Strategy, and in that context will be in the next iteration of the Local Cycling and Walking Infrastructure Plan, the LCWIP. The challenge here isn't that we wouldn't like to do something, as ever it's achieving the funding for it. The other complicating factor is that the A505 sits just over the border in Hertfordshire. It's encouraging to note that there's so much collaboration happening across that border for improvements to local travel, and the examples of your children's daily commute to get to post-16 education in Cambridge underlines why that is so important. Turning to the important matter of bus services for your children, I agree that Bassingbourn is not very well served. Various efforts are now underway to try and improve that. The Combined Authority has recently approved its draft bus strategy to be consulted upon for the next 6 weeks and providing a basis for funding bids to government for the Combined Authority's business planning. The strategy considers a new way of running services in the first place, including franchising, in order to give it more control over routes and schedules. The Greater Cambridge Partnership is currently out to consultation on a sustainable travel zone, which would see an extra £50 million per year invested in buses, the biggest shake-up of buses outside London since services were deregulated in 1985. It goes without saying that better buses will benefit everyone, providing access to education, training and employment, as well as the ability to reach all the things that people need in their daily lives. Despite the importance of bus travel, services have been in decline for years. It's vital that this is addressed if we are to achieve our ambitions for social equality, accessibility, climate change and public health. I hope you will add your voice to these consultations, and I'm sure that your local councillor sitting next to me will try and help you further in your issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Whiteley, you have the opportunity now to ask a supplementary question if you like. Would you like to?
Is that me?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Well, I know I didn't completely stick to the question. I was getting confused reading it out. But on a Wednesday, there's a bus that do the same route all day long. So I don't know why they can't take that bus away and then with that money do an extra hour early in the morning each day of the week. I don't understand why there's that bus that they run on the Wednesday, but it does the same route as the other one. So there's 2 buses on a Wednesday. Why can't they get rid of that bus and use that day's wage to pay somebody to do it an hour extra in the morning? That'd be like 5 hours, extra, not a whole day. I don't understand. And, I did try contacting transport, and I have to say the response I got was very rude and was told, what do I think adults do? But they're not adults, they're in further education. And I mean, my boys are very well driven, so it's okay. But I know a lot of children that aren't, and school isn't easy for them. And one of the friends have already dropped out, and I can see a lot of children, they're not going to be doing further education. Like, there's an absolute nightmare for them to get there. And even though I've got them bikes, they're absolutely useless. They're just breaking all the time. I was told £200 isn't a lot for a bike. I got them from Halfords. They're just absolutely rubbish. I had to get a loan to get both of them. It's just terrible, and it's such an added pressure on everyday life and feeling, I can't even get my kids to school properly.
Thank you, thank you, Ms. Whiteley. I think you're over time on that supplementary question. Councillor Becker, would you like to respond?
Kelly, firstly, I'm so sorry to hear all of that. I think all of us can empathise with those issues and know what it can be like to try and get children to school when you don't have the money to be able to, afford the things that you need. Bikes going wrong, it's so painful to hear that and the issues that you face. What I will say is that we are out to consultation, and the combined authority is consulting on bus routes at the moment. So please, please, please help us by filling out as many of those consultations as possible. I know your local councillor is very much willing to help you work on filling those out if you need to. We need to hear all of those issues from across the county so that we can design a bus network that does work for all of us. It is vital that all of our students, all of our parents, everyone that isn't able to afford a car still has means to get around. And that is something that we're committed to as the administration. So thank you. And thank you for coming again to ask these questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whiteley, and really thank you for asking questions. The first one we've had since I've been chair, and I think we should have much more of those. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 5 is on petitions, which allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions received, so we'll move on to the next item. Before we do that, can I remind you about the audio and the voting system? In order to register to speak, you need to press the speak mic button. You will then be automatically added to my list of speakers. If you wish to raise a point of order or a point of personal explanation, you'll need to raise your hand and shout chair. Do not press the button. I intend to be very strict about raising the point of order or a point of personal explanation. Raising a point of order means that the member believes that there has been a breach of the council's rules of procedure or law, so that I will require the member to indicate the rule or law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, I, as chair, will be the final arbiter. A point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member, raising the point which may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will be the final arbiter. I would also like to remind members that if a member rises on either of those points, that any other member currently on their feet should immediately sit down until the point has been determined. Next is item number 6, the independent remuneration panel mini review of members' allowances. Can I remind members that in order to avoid the need for each of you to individually declare an interest in this report, the interim monitoring officer has issued a dispensation relieving all members from the requirement to disclose interests and the restrictions on participating in this debate. In order to facilitate this debate on this matter, I, as chair of the council, propose receipt of the report only by the council. I'll ask my vice chair to second this proposal.
So seconded, Chair.
So now we're going to vote on a receipt of the report. There's going to be a further motion which we're allowed to debate the report. But now can I ask all of you to raise your hands if you are in favour of receiving the report?
Sorry, Chair, that looks like that's unanimous.
Thank you. I also propose as chair of the council to move that the recommendations are set out in the covering report, and I will again ask the vice chair to second.
So seconded, Chair.
So now we'll open the floor to debate on those recommendations. Would anybody like to debate on this topic? Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. The first thing I want to do is offer my thanks to the Independent Remuneration Panel for the work that they've put into coming forward with these recommendations. I was one of the 11 councillors that went and gave an interview on behalf of my own views on the circumstances. And one of the things I wanted to do was offer some historic context as to how we got here, because it's been quite sad that for a number of iterations, it's been necessary to put forward amendments by either the Conservative group or, in fact, by the Liberal Democrats, Labour, St Neots Independents, and previously UKIP, each time the IRP met. The first occasion was by the 4 parties that weren't Conservative, including the Independents, UKIP, Liberal Democrats, Labour, where they invented 5 times £5,000 spokes allowance, actually making 25 new allowances, which put the actual IRP into a situation we had more people on an SRA than not, which actually breached actual guidance on that. The next time it was by the Conservative group, where we moved it to the national average by all of all county councils, just saying this is enough of this, let's move it there. And it was really unfortunate then, because what we were accused of was having like pigs, our noses in the trough, and there was a lot made out of how inappropriate the actual council allowances were. But the same people in the same groups that then ascended to power reflected on the next IRP that validated that and said how appropriate it was. So those same people that complained once are now very happy to receive it. But I'm going to move on to today's recommendations, because when the IRP met at the start of this current joint administration, one of the changes was to the chairs and the actual structure of the committees and the frequency with which they met. They went from 7 committees down to 5 committees, and it went from monthly meetings to quarterly meetings. Now, forgive me for just having a very unfortunate view of the world, but I actually expected when the IRP met this time, they would actually say, well, actually the chairs and vice chairs don't do as much work as before, because they only meet a third of the times, although there's 2 less committees, and therefore we're going to actually tone down their allowances. So I was quite surprised to see a 9.3% increase for the chairs compared to when the IRP actually had it for the Conservatives proposals earlier. All right, but what got me even more was a 27% increase over what was back then. So under this new joint administration for the vice chairs, 27%. I do not understand how on earth that was arrived at. I know it's described as 30% of the leaders figure, but the evidence that they had to go on, the IRP had to go on, although they said they looked elsewhere to see what was appropriate, was actually 11 interviews. Now, I was one of those 11, and I certainly didn't argue for a 27% increase in the vice chair's allowances. In fact, I've spoken to people that are vice chairs in the past and asked them, when you were on the old thing, was that the appropriate level? And they say, yeah, that kind of seems right with a bit of inflation, not 27% higher. So I'm really quite shocked, and I can only assume, because I wasn't in on those private interviews, that one after another of the joint administration went in front of them and said, we do so much, we need a lot more. Well, I don't see the value in that. Therefore, I won't be supporting this. If you want that kind of a number, and if you think that you believe that you're worth it, then you go ahead and own that decision. You put your hands up in the air, but I won't be party in this period of financial crisis of putting anybody's allowance up by 27%. Thank you, Chair.
I'll add him to my list, but if you could press your button, Councillor Tenney, that would help me.
Didn't seem to work, but I will do. Thank you.
But thank you. But then please feel free to wave if it's not working. But I'll add you to the list. Councillor Hoy is next.
I think I was confused because there's speaking time when Councillor Kent was speaking. So thank you for that. All I wanted to say was I don't support this purely because of the timing. I think that I understand, I don't dispute any of the hard work people are doing. I know chairs and vice chairs work almost perhaps necessarily a full-time job doing this because it is a large amount of work. I'm not one of those sort of people that subscribes to the all councillors are lazy and do nothing motto. I don't think that's right. I just think at the moment it's the wrong time, because when people are sort of struggling to pay their gas and electric bills and food bills, for us to award ourselves a pay rise just doesn't really look good to the people that support us. So I think it's just the wrong time.
Thank you, Councillor Nethsinger.
Thank you very much. I did feel that it was important to respond to the things that Councillor Count has said. So first of all, I would like to add my thanks to the Independent Remuneration Panel for the work that they've done on this. I think it's important to be clear that they were asked to do a small review, a light touch review with a very tight remit, and they didn't have a great deal of time to do that. They have carried out that remit as they were requested to do by Michelle as the Democratic Services Officer in response to the need to come back and review how the new committee system was working. So we are grateful for their work. I would also like to say that I also do not agree with everything that's in here. And this report does not reflect the conversation that I also had with the Independent Remuneration Panel. I'm going to say in this space, because Councillor Count has told you what he said in his conversation with the Independent Remuneration Panel, that actually when I was discussing this with the Independent Remuneration Panel, I spent most of my time arguing that I felt that the deputy leader of the opposition group should get an SRA, because I don't think it's appropriate that only one opposition councillor gets an SRA, and that was the main burden of my conversation with the Independent Remuneration Panel. They have ignored my opinion, just as they may have ignored other people's opinion. They are independent. That is what they do. So we have a choice as councillors whether to accept the views of the Independent Remuneration Panel doing their independent job. And I think the main thing that they have done is go and look at the comparison between what councillors leading in this council get and councillors on other councils, and they have largely mapped what happens in other places. It's not something that I'm particularly comfortable with. If I were designing our remuneration system, I would design it completely differently. But in some ways, it's very sensible that this is not designed by politicians. That's why we have an Independent Remuneration Panel. And I will be voting for these recommendations on the basis that they are the recommendations of our Independent Remuneration Panel. I'm quite happy to have further conversations with members across party if we want to ask them to come back and do a further review. I'm not sure that such a further review would come out with anything different, because what they have done is look at what happens nationally and then tell us what they think the appropriate nationally baselined equivalent is. And I think that as in the uncomfortable situation of having to vote for our own allowances, and I would much rather that we were not in a position to do that, as I think most politicians across the whole country would be much preferred to be not in a position to have to do that. I think it is the least political thing we can do. But I do want to make clear that as far as I'm aware, no councillors from the joint administration have been in there arguing that we should have a larger pay rise. And I certainly spent most of my time arguing for more SRAs for the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you. Those who've been on the council a long time will know that I always vote against rises in councillor remuneration. I've been doing it for 12 years. I did it under any administration that was in place, regardless of what the group was doing at the time. And the reason is not because I don't think councillors are worth the money. I'm not, like Councillor Hoy, I'm not one of those people. I think everyone in here does their best, works hard, and deserves to be paid. But it's about leadership. Now, previously we had austerity and we've had other issues, but I don't think we've ever had quite the crisis that we have at the moment. The cost of living crisis that means that people can't be sure if they can even afford to turn their heating on, aren't quite sure how they're going to pay for their food. And I think it sends a terrible message for us to take a rise in that instance. I can tell you there are a lot of people who wish they could vote on the money they receive. And people who are living on the streets wish they could vote for additional monies. You know, people that are living in very difficult circumstances, people that are less able, all wish they could vote for more money. There are people talking about going on strike at the moment who wish they could vote for more money. We are in a position to vote for more money. And I just want to pitch this a different way. I actually welcome the fact that we get to vote on our remuneration, because it gives us the opportunity to say we won't. We could all stand together today, regardless of political position, and we could say, well done, independent people, for coming to this device, but we want to stand with the people of Cambridgeshire, and we aren't going to take it. We all have that opportunity to do that right now. Here at Christmas, in our last meeting of the year, we could say, no, thank you. People are having a hard time. We will not be taking a rise. Please consider doing that. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Councillor Boulat.
Thank you, Chair. I really sympathise with comments on the huge impacts of austerity, of cost of living crisis. So I suggest some of those messages are sent to the government that we're having at the moment, who are responsible of 12 years of austerity and huge increase of inflation and the cost of living crisis impact on our communities. I want to speak about a more positive point, because I was reading on the latest release of the National Census of Local Authorities councillors, and there are no surprises at all there. But the report does make a point about diversity in local authorities and encouraging councillors to stand, as well as retention of councillors. So we have the results from 2022. There's the national kind of UK census of local authority councillors. So 40% of people are retired in local government. The average age of councillors this year is 60. So that's a bit higher than the last year. I think it was 59. And only 16%, so that's 16% of councillors are age under 45. So that's the people who are more likely to be and have to be in work alongside the basic allowance, like I am, because otherwise, frankly, I wouldn't be afford to live. And of course, the cost of living crisis impacts us as well. Of course, my rent is also increasing, my bills are also increasing. And that's why I also stand on picket lines, controversial, I know, but with a lot of workers at the moment, because I think that everyone does deserve a pay rise in the UK. Continuing on the census, results, 92% describe their ethnicity as white, and 64%, so it's a very high increase, a very high number, were degree educated and higher. So again, people who are more likely to afford to be councillors only on the basic allowance, for example, let's put it like this. So I do welcome the consideration given by the panel on equality and diversity. I think it's really important that our councils reflect the communities represented. And as the report puts it, I think remuneration should not be an incentive. So definitely having this basic allowance wasn't an incentive for me going to local government, because of course I would earn more in any other job per hour, like, you know, with my context at the moment. However, remuneration should not be a barrier for people from different communities, especially people of working age and younger people standing for office. So I'm really happy if people don't need the allowance, if people are not particularly hit by the cost of living crisis right now. There are a lot of charities, a lot of good local charities, cost of living crisis funds, where you can donate the money that you don't need at the moment. But I think it is important that we are not, you know, against the idea of having proper pay for our time and our work, especially if many of us put in, you know, many hours, even those who are, you know, so-called backbenchers in this council as well. So yes, I just want to bring my perspective again. I know we have this debate, we had this debate last year as well, but I do feel frustrated as someone who works 30, 40 hours on top of my council duties and having to pay, you know, all the increases in rent, bills and everything else. Like a lot of my residents in my division, I feel the cost of living crisis in this very similar ways as many of my residents. So if you don't need the additional money, if you don't need the allowance, really happy for you. Please donate it to local charity. And I'll just end my remarks on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other indications. Would anybody else like to speak in this debate, or shall we move to the vote? Then we'll move to an electronic vote. Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote, please? Councillor Count.
Yeah, apart from the clarification on the actual voting numbers, my point is one of process. We're quite used to names being up against the votes for us to see. There was one vote missing. We don't know who it is. We don't know who's voted for what. Can we have some clarification on what's going on with the electronic voting system, please?
Okay, so we're going to reset that vote and take that vote again. So the vote is now open. If you'd like to vote in favour of the motion, please press the button under yes. If it is still, the vote is open, it's still open, it's not closed. So if you'd like to vote in favour of the motion, please press the button under yes. If you'd like to vote against the motion, please press the button under no. And if you'd like to abstain, please press the 0 button. So the vote's now closed. Councillor Criswell, did you have a point of order? There is another page. Can we just confirm Councillor Criswell has voted? Would you prefer it as a councillor if we use the traditional method of voting with our hands?
We need to record.
I don't think there's any dispute. The vote is correct. Is any? I mean, the display. If anybody's in doubt, sorry, Mrs. Rowe. Yes, please.
Okay, the microphone's now working. Right, the microphone is now working. Apologies, members. The result of the vote is 31 votes in favour, 20 against, no abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you. That motion is Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Whelan and I don't appear on that list, and I don't think Councillor Criswell either.
So I think we've established that there's another page to the results. Can we confirm that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Whelan did record a vote?
Our votes were registered. Thank you.
Yes, we can confirm that your votes were registered. Are there any other points of order? Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I have the same question as well, because there were 50 names up there. It seemed that there were 50 names up there. it went numbered up to 50. And then there are several of us not on that screen. So I'm just questioning the.
So there are
make sure that they're on.
multiple screens. So your name was off the edge of the screen at the moment. We cannot scroll across, but can we confirm that we have Councillor Murphy's vote as well?
Chair, according to my figures, 51 members would have voted, and that's who's in the room, bearing in mind all the apologies and the fact that Councillor Josh Schumann is not yet here. So that is the correct numbers. So everybody present has voted.
Councillor Hay.
Can I just say it's less than satisfactory that we cannot do a simple thing like scroll across the page, because that allows people to check that they press the right button.
So I think I agree with you that it would have been much more helpful if you could have seen which way you voted. I think for the next vote, we're going to move to the traditional method of voting with our hands, and hopefully we'll fix the IT system ahead of the next council meeting. It has worked previously, but we've changed a few things and it's clearly it's not working today. So from the next vote onwards, we will use our hands to vote. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. That's so much harder for democratic services to count up and to record. And I would just ask if it is possible to use the system, it would be good if we could.
Councillor Bradnam, I've ruled on this. I think we need to, in the interest of transparency, we need to vote use traditional method while we fix the system. So I take your point on board, but we're going to move to a traditional voting method for the next vote. Thank you. So that motion was carried. Next is item 7, the Audit and Accounts Committee annual report, including in your council agenda on pages 39 to 46. Can I ask Councillor Graham Wilson, Chair of the Audit and Accounts Committee, to move receipt of this report?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. And hopefully you won't have to vote electronically or otherwise on this. You can just put your hands up all together and accept it. This is the Audit and Accounts Committee report for the last year. I'd like firstly to thank all the members and officers who have supported us during the year for their hard work and diligence. There are 4 things from the report that I'd like to highlight. Firstly, whilst outside the core time period covered by the report, we have agreed that 2 independent apolitical appointees should be co-opted to the committee. And we agreed earlier what their remuneration will be as part of the independent remuneration panel's report. Secondly, you will recall that BDO were our external auditors. It's been very frustrating that work that they were due to complete months ago is still outstanding. The Chief Finance Officer, the Chief Executive, and I have engaged directly with BDO about the delayed work and slippages in delivery. We agreed at our last meeting in November that the Chief Executive will be raising their poor performance as a formal complaint with BDO, and if he still gets unsatisfactory response, with their independent regulator, the Institution of Chartered Accountants. Thirdly, I'm very pleased to report that the various investigations into the county farms issues have been completed and the reports published with just redactions of personal data, as you would expect. I'd particularly like to thank Fiona McMillan, the former Director of Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer, for all her work on this topic. Finally, as it's been some years since the Audit and Accounts Committee's terms of reference were formally reviewed, the committee is planning to undertake a review and in the new year. Linked to this, CIPFA have recently issued guidance on audit committees. And councillors, if any of you have views on our terms of reference or on topics that you think we should be investigating through internal audit, then please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to open the debate, but there won't be a vote at the end of this. Councillor Gay.
Yes, I'd just like, as Vice Chair, to endorse the remarks made by Councillor Wilson. And there were 2 points which I wish to add to his highlights. The first is the improved scrutiny and consolidation of accounts for this land. We're very much hoping now that this land, from being a significant liability to the council, will in due course become a corresponding asset. We've done a lot of work on the accounts committee to sort this out. The second relates to the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership monies. Some of you would have seen articles in Private Eye. I just wanted to say that there is a cross-party consensus that these allegations which have been printed in Private Eye are wholly without substance. And just say to members, you should not believe everything that you read in the press. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Thank you. Agenda item number 8 is the Pension Fund Committee Annual Report, included in your council agenda on pages 47 to 54. Can I ask Councillor Whelan, Chair of the Pension Fund Committee, to move receipt of the report?
Thank you, Chair. The Pensions Fund Annual Report is in your papers, and so I do not propose to go through this in any detail. Pension Fund did see an increase in value of £407.2 million, 4.3 billion during the course of the year under review. 62% of that fund is actually invested through the access pooling arrangements, which in itself has assets of £60 billion. While the economic turmoil created by the Conservative mini-budget and the war in Ukraine has subsequently had a small impact on the fund, that is outside the year under review, and is actually of a fairly minor scale as far as our pension fund is concerned. I'd like to highlight that cybersecurity is such an important issue in protecting the fund, its members and the sponsoring employers, that at 3.4.2, the pensions regulator is clear that we cannot simply rely upon the host authority to put in place the necessary safeguards, and the fund therefore has its own cybersecurity strategy. The pensions officers are busy dealing with issues such as the pensions dashboard requirements, along with the McLeod age discrimination remedies, ensuring the robustness of our cybersecurity strategy, as well as carrying out day-to-day duties. I would therefore like to thank the officers concerned for their support and for the quality of their work they have undertaken, leading us to having a clean audit report once again this year. I'd also like to thank the members of the Pension Fund and the Investment Subcommittee, who will know that quite often there is an awful lot of things that need to be looked at and thought about for the committee. I'd like to commend this report to you as members. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak on this item? Next is item number 9, the Cambridgeshire Local Pension Fund Board Local Report, included in your council agenda on pages 55 to 76. I will move receipt of this report and ask the council's representative of the board if they wish to address the council. That's either, well, it's Councillor Slatter because Councillor King is not here. Councillor Slatter, would you like to address?
Thank you, Chair. Only briefly, the board is a very small body and includes a parish councillor and 2 beneficiaries and Councillor King, who can't be with us today. We are immensely grateful for the detailed and conscientious work of the committee and the subcommittee. With the guidance of officers, we are have only a supervisory role. And it's not been an easy time recently. We'll be reflecting on that when we come to some of the motions, but particularly I do want to voice my appreciation of all those who contribute to the safekeeping of our pensions, which is so important to the present employees and their peace of mind, but also for those who've served long and hard and are now enjoying retirement and hopefully will not be worrying too much, because I believe it is in good hands. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak on this item? No, then we shall move on. Next is item 10, written motions. 5 motions have been submitted. The first motion was from Councillor King, who is not here today, and I understand that motion is going to be withdrawn. Councillor Count.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In view of the fact that the proposer of the motion, Councillor King, has written this and he's quite passionate on this subject, as many of us are, it's probably inappropriate that we hear this motion today. So with the Chair's and the Council's permission, we propose to withdraw this and move it at a later date.
Are we happy to withdraw this motion? I don't see any dissent. Thank you. So we're going to move on to the second motion, which is submitted by Councillor Whelan. Can I ask Councillor Whelan to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 3 to 5 of the Council agenda?
Thank you. I brought this motion before you today as a public demonstration of the commitment of this council and the pension fund to reducing our impact on climate change. I've received a significant amount of correspondence from members of the scheme, concerned members of the public, along with various pressure groups across Cambridgeshire. They in particular have asked that we demonstrate a commitment to complete and immediate divestment from fossil fuels. I know that this motion will not be adequate for some of those members of the scheme and the public, and even members here who have been pushing me to commit to complete divestment. We hear the impact of climate change, and we see that impact from the whole month recorded rainfall in parts of my division, concentrated into a single day, to the winds that we've seen and the historically high temperatures that we suffered during the course of the summer. Clearly, there is a place to influence when we have the substantial sums of money that we talked about earlier. We obviously have the example of Ørsted, which demonstrates how carbon fuel companies can change with the move from coal to wholly renewable sources over a period of just 10 years. The Pension Fund Committee have already made a commitment to change and have started a process of changing the investment portfolio through its responsible investment in environmental, social and governance policies. At a time when we are seeing wars, oppression, slavery, biodiversity loss and other environmental impacts, as well as climate change, it is important for all of those factors to be taken into account. I have had concerns about investments in Israeli companies raised with me, as well as in arms, in tobacco companies and so forth. And I would like to think it was simple to step away wholly from any company that does not meet our ESG standards. The pension fund is part of the LAPFF, which actively engages with companies in which the local authority pension fund invests. They meet with boards and provide advice on voting at general meetings of companies so that we can achieve our engagement objectives. This helps more companies to act as Ørsted did, whereas simply walking away would enable less ethical investors to buy up the stock, possibly at a discount, without any intention of trying to make a difference. We want to make that difference. Of course, it is important to remember that there is a fiduciary duty and a legal duty placed upon the fund and the members. That restricts how far we can go with any such divestment motion. I have tried to find a balance in this motion between those sometimes competing objectives. For the members of the scheme and the members of the public who have contacted me, I ask members here that you support this motion so that we can demonstrate our commitment and the council commitment to improving the climate situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Do you have a seconder for that motion?
Yes, Councillor Ray is seconding.
So seconded.
Would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak? Thank you. we will open up the floor to debate then. Would anybody like to speak on this motion? Councillor Hoy.
Yeah, I'm just a simpleton for the fence, so I may have misunderstood this. But it seems to be to me that what you were saying was it isn't financially responsible to divest in fossil fuels, but because my group have pressured on me so much that they want to do some virtue signaling about it, I've had to do a sort of middle ground motion to please everybody. And that's kind of how I understood what you said. And I am a bit unsure that we should be making massive financial decisions about people's future based on that.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. The job of somebody who is looking after other people's investments is to get the best legal return they can for their customers. And that's their job. It's not your job to virtue signal your politics through your decisions. If the best thing to do to get the best return for your investors is to divest, then you should do it. If the best thing to do is to invest in fossil fuels, you should do that while it remains legal to do so. And anything else is quite simply immoral. Thank you.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chairman. I read this motion with some concern, but I must, excuse me, I must accept that, first of all, Councillor Whelan has been very balanced in the speech that she has given, and I fully accept that. But among the things that she mentioned were the possibility that, for example, Israeli investment should be targeted and others. And it really is the start of a slippery slope here if we're not careful. I've given a lot of thought to this over many years, and it's for a long time been the case that, for example, investments in tobacco companies would not be accepted by many local authorities, this one included. And thinking about the implications of ESG, but also thinking about what Councillor Whelan was talking about in terms of the fiduciary and legal duties that we've got, I'm increasingly of the opinion that we should not prohibit investment in areas just because we don't personally agree with them. Now, I personally have a real hatred of smoking. I think it's, I don't even want to talk about what I think about it because it will offend some people, but I really don't like smoking at all. But in terms of investment and in terms of looking after the interests and the assets which belong to our pensioners and to our employees who are going to be pensioners in the future, I don't believe that we have the right to impose our moral views upon their money and the way that money is invested. So I personally will not be supporting this motion, but I do want to say that I accept that Councillor Whelan has been very careful in drawing up a balanced view of the way in which we should move forwards. So I do recognise that fact. Thank you, Chairman. My apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Howitt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I congratulate Councillor Whelan and Councillor Ray for bringing forward this resolution. And when I listen to the Conservative contributions to this debate, I think they just live in a different world and not a world of climate change. This is about pension funds beneficiaries themselves. It's about our own members, our own staff writing to our own colleague saying that they want us to act. It's about a world in 2050 of extreme weather, rising sea levels and damaged ecosystems that will cause 1.2 billion people to have to migrate across the world. And in economic terms, the latest Economics of Climate Change report, £19 trillion of loss from climate change unless we act. It's about a young person in their 20s applying for a job in Cambridgeshire County Council this week or next week, and when they retire in 30 or 40 years' time, whether their pensions are going to be stable and reward them. It is our fiduciary duty to act now. It's only what the Financial Conduct Authority is saying that all pension funds should consider doing. I congratulate Councillor Whelan on this mature approach to divestment, which is engagement. If we can stop companies investing in fossil fuels and enable them to transition to a climate net zero future, that is a responsible thing to do, and I think we are responsible in this resolution. In a previous role, I had the privilege of working with the Task Force for Climate-related Financial Disclosure in its secretariat. And the fact that we are bringing in TCFD reporting is a superb recognition from this council of the importance globally of that. I hope that the pension fund will move forward, not just in divesting from fossil fuel investments, but looking across the range of its portfolios on how far carbon emissions arise from all of the investments, the relative carbon intensity of those investments, how much of the investments are in high carbon impact sectors, not just in fossil fuel energy producers, and also to engage in forward-looking scenario analysis about how future investments will take place. All of those have been recommended by the UK Pension Protection Fund. If I was to make one criticism of the resolution, we're a triple bottom line council, and I would want us not to engage in foreign policy affairs. I completely agree that that wouldn't be appropriate, but to make sure that our pension funds also respect social standards as well as environmental standards, to make sure our pension funds don't invest in child labour, modern slavery, or other human rights violations. And of course, that is something as recommended by the Local Authority Pension Fund Forum. I'm proud that Labour councils have disinvested in fossil fuels, from London Borough of Waltham Forest to Luton to Southwark, and the Labour government in the Senate in Wales. So as the joint administration in Bedford, and if this resolution passes, so will the joint administration in Cambridgeshire. UK pension funds have estimated that currently pension funds invest £2,000 for every person in the UK into fossil fuels. That's from Friends of the Earth. Today, we are ending that, and I'm proud to support this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Cox-Condren.
Thank you. Very briefly, actually. I guess that one person's slippery slope is another person's social and environmental justice aspirations, commitment and leadership. Thank you to Councillor Whelan for putting this forward. Divesting from companies that accelerate and profit from environmental breakdown not only supports our commitment to fighting climate change, but also our commitments to support community wealth building, local innovation and business, and to benefiting our local communities, benefiting and supporting our local communities and their futures. It's not business as usual, and I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a speech prepared, but before I move on to that, I must say how dismayed I was to actually hear the consideration to stop investments in Israel. I find that kind of comment borderline anti-Semitic. I'll have no part of it whatsoever. In this day and age, if you're going to single anyone out, let's go for Russia. Let's disinvest from Russia. But to single out, well, we all know where the Labour Party is on that. So I'll move on to the speech.
Point of personal explanation, please. When I mentioned Israeli, I actually mentioned the fact that it was external people had come and suggested that that was somewhere else that we should be divesting from, not that I was suggesting any way that it was a correct thing to be doing. It was just to highlight the amount of pressure we received to divest from every single different thing. And we have to be very careful in thinking about that. I have not proposed here that we divest from companies in Israel or from any other place in the world. That is not what this says.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Count.
Well, thank you for that late clarification, but I do believe that the areas for consideration were what you put forward as the start of that, and therefore considering divesting from Israel was how I took it. We'll have a look at the screens later on and review back and see where exactly we lie on that. But as I say, I'll have no part of that discussion. This motion recognises the legal obligation to act in the best interest of its members, pension scheme members, but not specifically mentioned in the motion, but helpfully officers have provided a useful briefing note to members that includes this statement. I'm going to quote what officers have written for us. Under the LGPS Investment Regulations 2016, the administrating authority must take proper advice when formulating investment strategy and when appointing investment managers. This proper advice is provided to the committee subcommittee by a retained investment consultant and independent advisor. And previously, I was a chair of the pension committee, and I can tell you that we spend a lot of money on that independent advice, and we have to listen to that. We have to adhere to what they say, because that is the way that the LGPS funds work. But this recommendation from Councillor Whelan to accelerate the disinvestment from fossil fuels. Now, unless Councillor Whelan has recently been appointed to that role of the retained investment consultant and independent advisor, which I doubt, then I don't honestly think this motion can be supported without abusing the intent of the 2016 investment regulations. As importantly, when trying to convince the members of the need of this council to disinvest, does Councillor Whelan actually believe the members of the committee, including members of the joint administration, do not have enough information to determine those decisions? Does she believe she is better informed and better qualified than the committee and the advisors to the committee to make those decisions? Because let me tell you that they've already heard, and it's again in the briefing note, from the advice of the advisor already been given, I quote, the decarbonisation pathway was the most aggressive pathway that could be advised by the fund's investment consultants at the time. So the expert that the administrating authority pays to give us advice has said this is the fastest way you can disinvest. But we have a motion in front of us today asking for more. Well, I don't believe we can support something that on the basis of a very well-educated presentation, I must say, actually overrules the independent advice that the pension committee fund receives. It is their fiduciary duty to deliver the best for its members and to listen to the advice of the experts. And that expert isn't in the room today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to do Councillor Hoy the honour of assuming that she misunderstood this motion rather than chose to misrepresent it. I'm not going to treat Councillor Count's contribution in the same way because he deliberately doubled down on a misrepresentation of Councillor Whelan's comments even after she had corrected his representation of it. As far as I'm concerned, this motion is great. It's a motion which sets this council on a path of using its leverage with the Cambridgeshire Local Government Pension Scheme to help achieve the council's environmental and climate ambitions, which challenges the pension scheme to set out a clear plan for disinvestment from fossil fuels and an ambitious timeline for a reduction in carbon emissions arising from its investments, which engages with companies and funds to persuade them to change their policies and practice, and which seeks to invest in environmentally responsible human activity and business activity, and where possible, with local beneficial impacts. We will, as this joint administration, do the right thing, and this is the right thing. As chair of the Environment and Green Investment Committee, I'd like to thank Councillor Whelan for her determination on this matter and her hard work with the pension fund. I fully endorse this motion and I will be delighted to support it.
Thank you. I don't have anybody else listed to speak. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I thank Councillor Whelan for her presentation, but one of the main duty of the Pension Fund Committee, whose committee members of the Pension Fund Committee have the same legal responsibility as the trustee of a private sector pension fund. As we transition to non-carbon investments, there may not be financially rewarding investments, so any step must be taken with the interest of pensioners, both current and future. No investment can be based on political views, but it must be based on the future financial benefit for all members of the scheme. Pension Fund Committee members have a legal duty to put the interests of the pensioners first and not this council. And we were on, I know there were some colleagues across the room who were on a training course a couple of weeks ago on pension conflicts of interest, that we've got a duty as a pension fund committee member, which I am, to put the interests of the members of that scheme first, whether and not the interests of this council. And it's probably one of the only situations where, as council members, you fall into that situation, because normally we're looking after the interests of the council. So I cannot support this motion. And just listening to finally to Councillor de Bray's comment, it was all about climate change and green investment and transitioning to that. There was no mention around the financial responsibilities that we have as a pension fund committee to those members, both past and present. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to join the debate? Then I'll move to Councillor Ray as seconder of the motion.
Before I start, I'd just like to address the issue of anti-Semitism. The Labour Party fully accepts that we have to fight anti-Semitism in all its forms, and has implemented that fully. This motion does not suggest or in any way suggest that we should disinvest from Israeli investments. And what I'd like to say is pretty daunting to be asked to share the responsibility for £4 billion worth of investments, which pay the pensions of thousands of council workers and employees and others from many hundreds of firms associated with the council. It makes a difference to their income, what they have to pay in terms of pensions, and what the pension members will get out of it over many years. It takes some time to get your head round what the Pensions Committee and Investment Subcommittee does, and we thoroughly understand what that is. It's not our role to pick shares, but to ensure that the professionals who the fund employs to do this give a stable rate of return by investing in a diverse range of assets, and do that efficiently by sharing the cost of that advice with similar pension funds, the pooling arrangements. It is also important that they are representative of the guidance from the committee, including representatives of the pension fund members, employees, as well as the elected members. But it's important to those members, as they have expressed in consultations, that their assets are invested for good, that they're putting up wind turbines, funding environmentally green agriculture, investing in lower carbon steel and concrete, and in companies that treat their employees, suppliers, and customers with respect. Working to high standards in environmental, social, and governance, or in the jargon, ESG principles. It's on a 1.5 degree target. We know that 59% of oil and gas assets, will be stranded. But it's an uncomfortable truth that that leads to, we will still be burning 41% of the known oil reserves to make the steel, to make the turbines, and to keep our homes warm while we insulate them properly. Yesterday, we were relying on 55% gas for our electricity supply. Make no mistake, the fossil fuel companies have a huge amount to answer for and are trying to maximize the return on their devaluing assets. And the divestment campaign has had an enormous impact in changing that debate. But last year should have taught us that it's essential we have control over those assets and are not dependent on autocratic dictatorships in Russia, the Middle East, and in Iran. We should also have learned that the price of oil and excessive profit made by these companies is much more led by supply and demand than by divestment. We need to divest also from companies that encourage excessive and unnecessary use of fossil fuels. The pension fund has about 2% invested in fossil fuel holdings, almost double what it was last September, and not because they've been buying more shares, But the passive ESG investment fund that we agreed to opt for at the last meeting of the investment subcommittee was ahead of its less restrictive twin up until February this year. And despite all that has happened, fuel profits and weapons manufacturer share prices in this most extraordinary year, it has barely deviated from its full throttle equivalent. As options open up for ESG passive investment and the tools develop to reveal the ESG performance of companies, a more intelligent strategy is possible that both protects the interests of the pension fund members and uses their assets to drive the green revolution. It also means we are able to actively engage with companies to promote these aims. It's a more effective route to net zero than focusing exclusively on fossil fuel companies. In no way does this motion.
Thumbs up, Councillor Ray. Thank you for that. Thank you. Councillor Whelan, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. My goodness, what a lot of rubbish we hear. I had hoped that this would be a cross-party motion, and I even gave the Conservatives an opportunity to input into what we needed to say. This wasn't brought, Councillor Hoy, on the basis that members of my group here have pressured me to do something, but was actually done because members of the pension scheme contact me frequently. They asked me for immediate and total divestment from carbon-based fuels. I said no. That isn't what we can do. That isn't the right thing to do. Councillor Sharp, sorry, you've got it wrong. We have to act in the best interests of the members, not in the best financial interests of the members. There's a subtle difference, and there's good reason for those subtle differences. It's because it allows us to act in slightly different ways. This motion isn't because of my moral views. I suspect, very different views to a great many members of the Liberal Democrats. Great difference to where Labour are on this. This is simply that we know that climate change is happening and that we are being pressured by, climate itself and people outside. It's arguable that when we go back to talking about the best interest of our members, actually divesting from carbon fuels in their entirety is in the best interest of their members. The reason for that is if you look at the information that's been put out there, carbon fuels are responsible for the death of a great many people. Surely it's in their best interest to live. But then, simple facts like that, I'd hate to think that Conservatives would be able to support that kind of thing. Perhaps it would have been nice to have gone further than this motion does, because this motion doesn't override the advice given by advisors. It merely guides the direction of that advice. If you say to them, we want you to invest in, a certain way, strangely, they find a way. They found a way because other pension funds had asked them to do so. They had come up with an environmental, social, and governance, ESG, fund, which has produced returns as good as their fund involving carbon fuels. Surely then we meet two criteria of best interests of members, and we don't sit struck, attached, approving a new coal mine. I think that tells us everything we need to know about Conservatives and their commitment to climate change and to reducing carbon impact in this country. They want more coal mines. Wow. What about water pollution goals? Where do we stop? And as for misinterpretation.
Councillor Camp.
Point of order, Chair. Speaker must speak to the motion, the government, coal mines, water, sewage. Can we have somebody speaking to the motion, please? We've already had foreign countries introduced by the original concept. Let's try and talk about the pension fund, please.
My view is that the motion is to do with divestment from fossil fuels. I think that the comments are in order. So perhaps concentrate on fossil fuels rather than sewage, Councillor Whelan.
Side then. We'll go back to the simple fact, you know, we don't want, you know, a new coal mine. Tell me where that respects the health and the rights of people. Tell me where that is in the best interest of the members of the pension fund. Because it isn't. Members, you know that we have to move away from fossil fuels. You know that this motion does not call for an immediate divestment. It calls for a balanced and just divestment, which is something we can do, and we can work with our advisors to do that, because we would never be stupid enough just to make things up or misrepresent.
That's time. Thank you, Councillor Whelan. So we're going to move to a vote using the traditional method. So Mrs. Rowe, could you lead us through the vote, please?
Chair, could I request a recorded vote, please?
Oh, you need to have, do you have, does it have to be concerned? So do we have 14 hands in favour of recorded vote? Yeah. I think we do. So let's have a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, I'll read your names out, and then if you can please tell me whether you're voting for, against, abstain. Councillor Ambrose Smith. Atkins.
For.
Batchelor. Beckett.
For.
Billing. Oh, Bowden.
Against.
Bradnam. Bulat. Bywater. Connor. Corney.
Abstain.
Costello.
Abstain.
Count. Hoots. Cox Condren.
For.
Criswell.
Against.
Daunton. Dupre. Ferguson.
For.
French.
Against.
Gardner.
Against.
Gay. Goodliff.
For.
Goff. Gowing.
Against.
Hathorn. Hay. Howe. Howitt.
For.
Hoy. Kindersley. Jonas King. Maria King.
For.
MacDonald.
For.
Maguire.
Abstain.
Miskini.
For.
Mills.
For.
Murphy.
For.
Nessinga.
For.
Ray.
For.
Sanderson.
For.
Dan Schumann.
Abstain.
Josh. No. Yeah. Shayla.
For.
Sharp.
Against.
Slatter. Smith. Taylor. Thompson. Tierney.
Against.
Van der Ven. Whelan. Wilson.
For.
Chair, the result of the vote is 31 votes in favour, 11 against, 9 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you. So that concludes discussion of the second motion. We now move on to the third motion submitted by Councillor Alex Boulat. Can I ask Councillor Boulat to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 5 to 7 of the council agenda?
Thank you, Chair. There couldn't be better timing for this motion because this Sunday, on the 18th of December, we celebrate the United Nations International Migrants Day. It is a day for all of us to reflect on the social, economic, and cultural contributions of migrants, but also on the very pressing challenges we face in the world: conflict, war, disease, and disasters forcing many people out of their homes. No human is illegal. The UK is a party of the 1951 Refugee Convention. And for those interested, Article 31 of the Refugee Convention is essential reading. I am really proud of our compassionate response as a county towards people from Syria, Afghanistan, Hong Kong, most recently Ukraine, and many other countries. But we cannot underestimate the challenges that we face. As more legal routes have been closed over time, we have seen increased numbers of channel crossings. Even in the freezing temperatures these last few days, and also the very hot days in the summer, whilst we sat in this lovely building or the comfort of our safe homes, people in desperate circumstances continue to make those journeys. In addition to people seeking asylum, we also have seen the highest net migration on record this year, over 500,000. So that is people who come through the flagship points-based immigration system of this government. So I hope we can really all see now that ending freedom of movement post-Brexit was, of course, not the secret ingredient to deliver the unachievable tens of thousands migration target. While local authorities try to do their best to support new residents with ever-squeezed local budgets, what does the central government do? So please let me list a few achievements of central government. Placing asylum seekers in unsuitable accommodation without proper consultation with local authorities. The Home Office was recently found to be conducting hundreds of immigration raids during lockdown, including in care homes. Not allowing asylum seekers the right to work, which is essential to integration, speaking about integration, while taking ages to process asylum claims, and thus forcing asylum seekers to rely on 40 quid a week or less of benefits, while skill shortages remain in pretty much every sector of our economy. No time limit on immigration detention, unlike many other countries, and horrible conditions of overcrowded and public health risks. Millions of taxpayer money is being spent to appear tough on immigration and presumably save what is left in the opinion polls. Good luck. It did not surprise me at all to see recently that even a group of Home Office staff wrote to the Home Secretary through their union, saying that the only solution to this crisis is to create safe passage. So there's much more I can say about the government's asylum and immigration policies, but I have tried my best in this motion to avoid strong language in the written form of the motion, as it focuses on our local response and what we can positively do within our limited control as the local authority. The motion therefore includes recommendations on 3 main themes: on our practices, encouraging the council not to participate in hostile environment immigration practices so that our residents can seek advice and access services without fear. On our partnerships, it suggests the council joins networks such as the No Recourse to Public Funds and the City of Sanctuary local authority networks to learn, collaborate, and share good practices on those challenges faced by all local authorities across the UK. Last but not least, on our communications, the motion proposes developing a place of safety pledge, as well as a migrant champion role within the council. Overall, the motion recognizes that we have a growing pressure posed by the government's full dispersal scheme and the conversation following on for that on all local authorities across the UK. And it ultimately calls for adequate funding from central government and to look at the fairness of the funding distribution, as all areas have different needs. I will end on this note. No human chooses where they are born. I didn't choose where I was born. No one in this room did. But we do choose whether we dream of a world of windrush scandals and planes flying to Rwanda, or a world with safe legal routes and an immigration system that treats all lives with dignity and respect. I certainly choose the latter option, And I sometimes do dream myself that the Home Secretary would change her mind and choose it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor Sanderson, would you like to speak? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open up the floor to debate then. I think I have Councillor Maria King first.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to, I would like to speak in support of Councillor Bullard's motion. I came to this country as a migrant 22 years ago, and moving country, even for positive reasons like mine, to be with someone I love, is a stressful, traumatic and life-changing experience. It's not a one-off, it's a process. It involves the whole cycle of change or grief, from shock and denial to eventual acceptance. In the last 6 months, we have welcomed more Ukrainian families into Cambridgeshire than many other counties. And it's a real testament to generosity of our residents. And I think in a way, gives a mandate to Councillor Bullard's motion today. We also currently looked after 77 migrant children who arrived here unaccompanied, 60 of whom are aged 16 or 17. They will soon be ready, or at least expected, to gain further education or employment, to vote, to bring their talent, to bring their culture to our community. In my recent experience of supporting Ukrainian, those who arrived from Ukraine, and my own personal experience, the fundamental needs of those who just arrive in the country are not all material and costly. It could be as easy as sitting down, mom of young children, and talking them through our education system, explaining to them our fair but rather complicated process of admissions to schools. It could be adding them to a village Facebook group with information on food hubs, toddler groups, church services. It could be sending them a guide of where help is available, translated into a language they understand. So what can or can't we as a county council, as a local authority do? We cannot change the Conservative government's shocking decision to slash the international aid budget and thus reduce our ability to tackle the causes of migration at source. We cannot make application process more efficient and reduce the agonizing wait for people arriving in this country. Nor we can change the legislation which provides them with the right to work sooner and allows them to contribute to the economy. But it doesn't and shouldn't mean we can't do anything. We can't help. We can look out for them. We can provide help and support. We can give them voice. We can ensure that asylum-seeking children, accompanied and unaccompanied, are looked after, welcomed and supported in our schools. And they're ready to face adulthood and respect our democratic values as they move on. We can educate their parents. We can help their parents to understand that even things like meetings like this one being live streamed on YouTube, that it takes place, that's how it works, because I'm pretty sure that in most countries they come from, that doesn't happen. So in conclusion, what I want to say is, I'm pretty sure that many of 200 odd Ukrainian children who are in our schools at the moment will go back to their country, and probably some others too. And they will have had a welcoming experience. They will go back speaking our language, literally and metaphorically. They will have seen the value of our democratic process and democratic system. They will become our allies. So by supporting Councillor Bullard's motion, we act with compassion, but we also invest in peace and prosperity across the world. It's as much as that, and I really hope that you will endorse that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bullard's motion is well-intentioned. I fully accept that. But it is fundamentally misguided in a number of respects. The first matter is conflation. We see migrants and asylum seekers conflated. We see legal entrance to this country and illegal entrance to this country conflated. And I believe that is fundamentally misguided. The second thing that has failed to be taken into account is the public attitude towards illegal asylum seekers in this country. And that public attitude towards illegal asylum seekers, which is an increasingly strong one, is one which then rolls over towards negative attitudes towards legal asylum seekers and also towards legal migrants to this country. I'd like to place on record my attitude towards migration and towards asylum seekers in this country. I fully believe that we need managed migration into this country, and I support that. I support what the government is doing in that direction. I'm proud of the record of asylum that this country has had over the last 74 years. And I'm proud of what we have done, although the system is now being abused, and we know that. But I particularly am proud in the last few years what's happened as far as Syria, Afghanistan, Hong Kong, and Ukraine are concerned, both in terms of migration and in terms of asylum. But, Chairman, we all know in this room, and it's an uncomfortable fact, but let's be honest about it, we all know that there is a racist minority in this country and in this county, we've seen it in elections, there's a racist minority who are opposed to legal migration solely on the grounds of race. And there are those, that same racist minority are also opposed to legal asylum seekers solely on the grounds of race. And it is motions such as this, where we are trying to import the concept of sanctuary cities from the US into Cambridgeshire. Motions such as this which give succor to those individuals and which allow those individuals to spread their propaganda. Now, I think that it is extremely dangerous for us to be copying this US concept of not giving support to, not giving data to the authorities to remove illegal immigrants or illegal asylum seekers in this country unless we're legally obliged to. And that's what this motion says. And I think if people, it is a matter of law, if people have no right to be in this country, they should not be in this country. And for us to be acting in a contrary way and to be advocating that our partners do so as well will, I promise you, massively increase the amount of opposition there is to all migration and to all asylum seekers. And that's very dangerous. I believe, Chairman, that we should support legal migrants into this country. I believe we should support legal asylum seekers into this country. And that's why I oppose this motion. And I would ask you, Chairman, when it comes to the end of the vote, at the end of the debate, if we could have a recorded vote on this, if I get enough support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jonas King.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really, really important that we remember the difference between legal migration and illegal immigrants. Now, it's really, really important that we separate the two. And I'm proud of the track record that the government has in supporting legal migration and those genuinely in need of support and legally seeking our support and refuge. But there is illegal immigration and we must tackle it. Illegal immigration really undermines those legal and legitimate asylum seekers and it pushes attitudes negatively towards them. So we mustn't forget that we do need to tackle illegal immigration. Now this motion is quite shocking because, and I don't know how it can actually come before this council without being challenged, because it is encouraging people to withhold information from the Home Office. Now, how on earth can that be accepted? The Home Office is doing everything it can to combat illegal immigration. And every time the Home Secretary does something to do that, there are groups like this joint administration who make that, who undermine that hard work and do something to stop this tackling illegal immigration. What this motion also doesn't consider is that by not tackling illegal immigration, by encouraging people to withhold information from the Home Office, you're actually making it much more easier for illegal people traffickers to send people on small boats across the channel and risk their lives because you're going to be aiding and abetting them by trying to get people to withhold information from the Home Office. I can't accept this motion because that is absolutely despicable. And before I close, I'd just like to say that how after voting herself for a lovely big pay rise, the leader of the council has taken this discussion and this meeting so seriously that she sits there through it writing. Can you
please stick to the motion being debated, please? We've already had that as a point of order, and I'd please ask you to do that in the future.
Can I make a point of personal explanation?
As it was raised, you can.
Thank you.
Leader.
I would just like to point out that just because I have something occupying my hands does not mean that my brain is not engaged.
That's a good
in
point.
this
Actually, you
debate.
haven't spoken in this debate yet, Councillor Nesting. So you can't technically make that point of personal explanation, but you could choose to speak if you wanted to. I'm still accepting registrations. Councillor Cox-Condren, please.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to acknowledge how lucky I believe we are to have Councillor Boulat and her in-depth knowledge, links and drive for migrant rights as part of our joint administration, and as demonstrated, the expertise and clarity that she offers is sorely needed. I support this motion. It is very detailed and far-reaching, but I'm going to micro-focus and start by talking about Glenys, a local resident who a few years ago was watching the news, seeing young asylum seekers stepping off treacherous boats, wanting to do something but not knowing what. She imagined her son in similar circumstances. What would she want for him if he was arriving in an unknown place, desperate, cold, exhausted and scared? A smiling face, she thought, a hug, maybe some warm socks. And that's exactly what she did on the shore month after month. And it's been absolutely joyous to hear of the subsequent love-filled adventures with her ever-growing extended family. And I hope that she or another Glenys-hearted human was on the shore when Aisha's son arrived. Aisha is a resident in my Arbury ward, a Syrian woman around the same age as me, the sole parent raising 3 sons, same as me, but there is so much of her life that I can't even begin to relate to. I met her at an arts event at Arbury Court Library. She arrived in the UK, in Cambridge, 2 months before lockdown with her 2 children, scared, lonely, isolated, but is now becoming connected and feeling more confident and safe within that library surroundings with the support of local groups such as Cambridge Ethnic Forum, where she can make links to support friends and networks. This morning, I worried about my 18-year-old slipping on black ice as he cycled to college. Aisha could barely talk to me as she told about her terror as she was out of touch with her eldest son, around the same age as mine, as he made the journey here alone, arriving on an unsafe boat to seek asylum so he could eventually bring his mother and younger siblings here to safety. Although I could feel her pride when she told me that he had recently graduated from university as an architect and is now starting his master's. Words matter, don't they? Language matters. When Home Secretary Braverman can articulate her hatred, but not the asylum process or the limited safe routes for asylum, we know that we are caught up in a culture of clickbait, sensationalism, divisive fear-mongering, blatant distraction, and trickle-down hostility. And it is that culture of fear that means, for example, that migrants are getting caught up in the exploitation of information sharks in Wisbech rather than finding the free information and support on offer, or why organisations like Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Stop Hate and Cambridge Women's Aid recognise these barriers to accessing the life-saving support that they offer our vulnerable residents. And it's why we see the trickle-down hostility and hear the xenophobic abuse that, for example, Councillor Machini and Councillor Boulat received. It was wonderful to meet Aisha in the library. I know that cross-party we have supported and campaigned and nurtured for our libraries, and I'm proud that we are working to a libraries of sanctuary model, recognising the importance of welcoming spaces, spaces of empathy, learning and shared stories and cultures, spaces to find information, connected digital support to Cambridge's skills, to the community threads that strengthen, bond, represent and support us all. That is what being in a place of safety is. That is the culture that we can aspire to, represent and work for county-wide, and which as a fellow human and Vice Chair of Communities, Social Mobility and Inclusion, alongside the entirety of this motion, I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chairman. I come from a town which is, by some accounts, 40% people who weren't born in this country. They are friends and colleagues. We all get along pretty well, despite the odd hiccup, if you like. We rub along quite well. We all work together to try and deliver a better town for everyone. And I can tell you that you cannot group people together in the way that some people want to do. You can't say all people who have emigrated here are the same, because they just all hold such different views. And I can assure you I encounter a great many who are just as sceptical about the idea of uncontrolled immigration here by people who are coming illegally as people who were born here are. You can't pretend that this is one side and another. They are not the same thing. There are 3 types of people who are coming to this country, I would say. There are those that have come here to become part of the country, to live here. They've come legally through legal channels. They're doing their best to integrate. They've got jobs, they're working, they're part of the community. Majority of people are just like that. Great, love them, they're working well. There's a second group of people who are coming because they are fleeing from countries where it's horrible, where they have faced things that we can't even imagine, and they're coming here to escape that. And again, of course, we should support those people. But there is a third group that seems to be conflated with the other two that are not the same. These are people who are coming here illegally, and they're coming here for economic reasons, often through multiple countries where they could perfectly possibly stop, and then coming illegally into our country. Now, unless you think that there are unlimited, infinite resources, there must be a limit to that. Denying it is just lying. It's simply lying. There are not infinite numbers of houses. There are not infinite numbers of money to pay for benefits and to pay for people to have things that they need when they come. There must be a limit. Ordinary people who recognize this get called names. They get called racist because they recognize there are a limit to resources. But here's the truth. When you support unlimited immigration with this love everyone approach that sounds so nice, what you're actually doing is taking from people who need it. I work on a Saturday night with a group who feed the homeless and who feed people who are having a hard time meeting the bills and getting food. And to a man and to a lady, they arrive and they say, they often say, we're very frustrated because we can't get what we need and we have to do this. And over there in our local hotel, there are people being put up in a lap of luxury, being given everything thrown at them. And they're not wrong. It's not fair. It's not reasonable. And people in this country have had enough of it. The idea that the Conservatives are tough on immigration, are you joking? What Conservative Party are you talking about? That's not true at all. If only they would do half the things they said they would do. It's absolutely possible to be compassionate and caring for people who need it, but to stand firm against people who are just coming because it's an easier life for them. Now, I would probably do the same in their place. But that doesn't mean we should accept it, and it doesn't mean we should treat the two things as though they're the same, because they're not the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with the immortal Councillor Hoy opening line of I hadn't intended to speak in this debate today, and it's true, I hadn't. I've heard various councillors from the opposition group talking about illegal people, illegal entry into this country, illegal migration, illegal asylum seekers. Councillor Bowden said he was proud of the UK record on all of this. And I want to remind him that the record that he is proud of is the record of a government which has closed down the legal routes for entry into this country for almost every country in the world, thereby forcing desperate people into the only remaining routes, which are the dangerous, the life-threatening ones, and aiding and abetting the human traffickers and the exploiters who make their money from the fact that there are, for almost every country in the world, no safe legal routes into this country anymore. The Conservative MP Tim Loughton made that point very clearly and powerfully in cross-questioning the Home Secretary a few weeks ago in committee in Parliament. It was a very powerful piece of questioning, and I encourage everybody here who hasn't yet seen it to watch it. And it was clear from that questioning that the Home Secretary had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, had no idea what her brief was, had no idea of the consequences of her actions for vulnerable people trying desperately to get to this country. Instead, talking about her dream of flying those vulnerable people and dumping them somewhere in Africa. And as for her appalling treatment of those seeking safety, we only have to look at the dreadful, dreadful conditions that she allowed to develop in Manston before those people seeking sanctuary in this country were eventually dispersed without the proper involvement of the local authorities. It's been a disaster, and a disaster absolutely of the kind of thinking that we are hearing from the group opposite. This is the fundamental divide, isn't it? It's the divide between those who believe that people and movement of people are good things and those who do not. I came to this country at the age of 18 and chose to make my life here. I wasn't an economic migrant, I don't think. I wasn't a refugee, but I was someone who chose to come from the place where I was born and brought up and to make my home in this country. I've been very fortunate because English is my first language and because I look as I do, that nobody has ever asked me where I'm really from. But I have made my home here, as have many, many thousands of people who have contributed positively to life in the United Kingdom as far as the government allows them to. And it is very evident that those coming to this country make a much greater financial contribution than the group opposite gives them credit for. They are productive where they are allowed to be and contribute to the well-being of our country. And what we have seen as people have left the country as a result of Brexit, that we have lost so many of those people who contribute so positively to our public services and to everything else. I'm appalled by the tone of this debate from the group opposite. I think we absolutely have a responsibility to treat people with dignity, with respect, and to allow them to have safe routes by which they can pursue their legitimate claims and have those claims properly considered by the authorities. It is absolutely clear that where those claims are not founded, there are opportunities for the government to remove people who have no right to be here. And the government has simply given up on that, has not done the right thing. We need to maintain those legal, safe routes, stop putting people, vulnerable people, at risk and start treating people with some respect. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the debate seems to be straying onto government policy, so I'd appreciate if the rest of the speakers could try and focus at the motion that we're debating. So next on my list is Councillor Count.
Thank you for that, Chairman. Restricting my right to debate while granting everybody else a full flow, including.
If you'd like to speak, Councillor Count, please go ahead. But I think just it'd be more helpful if we talked about debate rather than discussing things we can't resolve here. But if you'd like to talk about government policy, please go ahead and be my guest.
Including a full introduction from the proposer, which concentrated on government policy, Chairman. But I will try and acquiesce to your wishes as much as possible. The first thing I want to do is congratulate Alex Buller on a lot of sensible stuff in this motion. I really did 80% of the good stuff that was in here, I agreed with. My heart goes out to genuine asylum seekers and the way we look after them. We should embrace them and give them every opportunity to discover the facts behind their case and behave appropriately. Unfortunately, some of the other stuff, the other 20%, you say you designed it to be not inflammatory to the Conservatives, but there was enough in there, so much in there, which I'll talk about in a moment, that I can't actually support this motion. And it's a shame because I'd have liked to have worked with you on this to actually put forward a motion that we could all support, but this doesn't go there. And if I had done, I'd have been worried about having noticed the introduction. What you didn't put in the printed word, you certainly did manage in the introduction as a commentary on the Conservative position of government. I'm not going to go there because Chairman's asked me not to. So the next thing I want to do is congratulate Cambridgeshire County Council officers and the other authorities here. We have done a sterling job in welcoming, looking after and accommodating the genuine asylum seekers here, and also the non-genuine ones whilst their cases are heard. So asylum seekers that may not end up being asylum seekers at the end of the day. So I just want to pass on my thanks for the resources that we've been able to put in and actually the reception they've received in this great county of Cambridgeshire. But I want to talk about one specific point, really bringing that out, why I can't support this motion. It's been mentioned already, and it's the attempt to withhold information, the direct call in a recommendation to withhold our partners, to withhold information from the Home Office so that people can't be deported or detained. It stops slightly short of breaking the law. But surely, if you want to accelerate the speed with which we deal with asylum claims, genuine asylum seekers and stop the illegal migrants, then we need to get as much information as possible. And putting a blocker in there just encourages illegal migration. In the boats coming across at the moment, there's 12,000 people came across from Albania. Albania doesn't have a war at the moment. It's basically an economic migrant situation, the vast majority of which, when they get to the end of the process, are in fact refused, and 14,000 have been deported so far to date over the years. So once you get hold of the information, to withhold that information and call the Home Office basically the enemy, it's not something I can agree with. It's not how things are done. These are civil servants going about their day-to-day work, and we shouldn't be getting in their way. What we should be doing is helping them ascertain the true status of whether somebody's a genuine asylum seeker and warrants asylum, or whether they're an illegal migrant and actually deportation is perhaps the right answer. And what I also worry about with this is Project Fear, because what we have now is there will be tweets at the end of the day saying how bad the Conservatives are, how much we hate foreign people, which is simply untrue. I am the son of migrants. My father came from Latvia, my mother came from Germany. I might look to everybody here as if I'm English 100% through and through, but my parents had a hard time coming over here. So I understand the things that are being said. I relate to the things being said. But as we heard from Councillor Tierney, you need to draw a line somewhere. We have a system that embraces looking after people that come from war-torn countries. And I respect and I appreciate that. We should not have a system that just lets everybody turn up and undermines the actual living of the people that are living here. And that is what worries me. So I can't support this. And the big stickler, apart from all the attacks on the Conservative policies, the big stickler for me is actually asking our partners to withhold information so that illegal migrants are unable to stay in this country. I can't support that. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, on page 6, just below the halfway point, there's a small paragraph that says, there are no resource to public funds, which some non-UK residents are subject to, makes it difficult or impossible for local authorities to prevent destitution. This is particularly concerning current cost of living crisis. And it goes on a little bit later on the next page there to say what we can do with regards to work joining a network. The problem I have with that is that I have worked with people who have come into this country from others, and they have been told that they have not got any resource to public funds, but they were told by Cambridgeshire County Council Social Services Department. So how is this going to work? Because the very people sometimes, not all the time, sometimes that has to say you do not have any resource to public funds is Cambridgeshire County Council Social Services Department. And I have spoken to Ms Black about this several years ago when I first came on the council, because I found it quite distressing that we had to leave somebody quite destitute when it was us that done it, our own social services team. They were first following the guidelines, admittedly. But that's a concern there on that quandary. And I don't know how it's going to be sorted, that we will be the very people. And if this goes through, I'm asking, will that still be the case? Will the Social Services Department still have to tell people they have no access to public funds and they've made the decision following the guidelines, and then the people are less destitute? Or do they not do that? Do they not tell the people, do not follow the rules, and therefore maybe, I don't know, again breaking the law? This is something I would like clarified, please. If not today, then at some point, because I think it's something we should all know, because this is a very, very important point. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Nethsinger.
Thank you. I will try and be brief. I just felt that I needed to respond to some of the things which have been said in this debate. Firstly, it has been implied that this motion is recommending unlimited migration, and that is clearly not the case. The motion is about making sure that we support those who have arrived in Cambridgeshire. It is very clearly not about an open borders policy. And I think it is really important that we challenge things that are said in this chamber which are not accurate. There is an increasing tendency in our politics for there to be more and more misinformation. So that's mostly what I will be focusing on. Secondly, I want to challenge something said by Councillor Tierney, that a higher level of migration would mean taking from those who are already in need. That is demonstrably untrue, especially in the case of economic migrants, which is what I think he was talking about. Economic migrants make an absolutely enormous contribution to our economy. And at a time of extreme labour shortages, there is a strong argument that we should have more economic migrants. However, that is not what this debate is about. And in recommendation of the Chair's instructions, I will stick to what has been said in this debate. Finally, I really want to challenge some of the comments that were made early on by Councillor Bowden about anything in this motion being likely to increase the chances of racism in our county. I think that is an outrageous suggestion. This motion is about supporting those who have come from other places to live here. But in fact, having a policy which is supportive and demonstratively supportive of migrants helps those who have been born here. And I know this because I live with somebody who is mixed race, who was born here, and my children are also mixed race and were born here. They have no other home. This is their home. They have lived most of their lives in Cambridgeshire. However, they are asked, where do you come from? They are treated as if they might not come from this place. A welcoming policy and a sense that all are welcome is not only helpful for those who have chosen to come and build their lives here, but it is helpful to those who were born here, but might perhaps look as if they were not. Thank you.
Personal explanation, please. So the term economic migrant, as defined by the Oxford Dictionary, is a person who travels from one country or area to another in order to improve their standard of living. So it doesn't refer to whether they've come and are able to work or are just in a hotel, having everything paid for them. So my comment stands. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
May I respond to that clarification, please? Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. I also wasn't going to speak on this, but in reply to Councillor Tierney's comments, economic migrants support the economy. I think his comments relate more to the current cost of Tories crisis than to migration. Having been on the doorstep often with Councillor Bullet, I have seen the abuse firsthand. And perhaps because I'm a migrant myself, I absolutely support everything in this motion, but I would like to focus on the establishment of a migrant champion, and given her expertise and her experience, I hope at the time that Councillor Bullet considers taking up this role. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hoy.
Yes, thank you. So I think Councillor Dupre saying that this debate is just about those who believe in freedom of movement and those who don't is actually a real oversimplification, and I think that's part of the problem. Now, I was going to speak, so I won't say that, but I wasn't actually going to mention Wisbech until Councillor Cox-Condren did. And I'm glad you've given me an in, because me personally, I absolutely love the diverse community we've got there. Next year, we've got candidates that were born in Pakistan, in Poland. Yeah, as a Conservative party locally, we actually do really support and understand the benefits of people from all backgrounds, whatever, and wherever they're from. So I don't really kind of sign up to that. And also, I was one of the only few Remainers in Wisbech, I have to say, put that on the record, it's no secret, because I was massively worried at the time that my friends from Eastern Europe would be sent home. Obviously, I was told that was an unnecessary worry, and it did turn out to be, so I was wrong there. However, that's kind of where I was on that. And I think the problem is I've kind of come a long way from there and had a bit of a, without trying to be really twee and have kind of like a personal journey story. I think one thing I've learned that if you sort of say to people too much, I know better than you, I love everybody, I support everyone. While that is also true, and we do need to support everyone, that extremism and toxicity that everyone's talking about, they're so worried about, that does actually come up and that does rise. Because if you say to people, we're going to open the doors and we're going to let people come in, and as many people as possible come in, these people with these views will get quite nervous, they will get quite scared, they will say some quite unpleasant comments actually. And if we just say, you're stupid idiots, we don't agree with anything you say, you're a racist bigot, they aren't going to suddenly stop being a racist bigot overnight. They're not going to be like, oh, well, the Lib Dems County Council told me I'm a racist bigot, so that's me not being one anymore. They will carry on and they will get worse, and there will be more people doing it and saying it. So we actually need to address this issue and talk about it in an adult way. Otherwise, we're just absolutely sleepwalking into problems for the future. Now, Councillor Netzinger says that this isn't an open door motion, but we've literally said at the end of the motion that we want to call on the government for safe legal routes. We've given no limit to that. We've not specified any number. We've not said that there shouldn't be how many people there should be. I also agree with a number of things that have been said in the motion. The system is totally broken nationally. We have people from Lithuania right now that have got no recourse to public funds that are sleeping on the streets, and people that came across the channel in four-star hotels. And I'm sorry, that's just fundamentally wrong. We should not, and that is a fault of the Conservative government. You know, we should not be saying to people that you had a right to come over here under the EU treaty, and then we're not going to support you. That is wrong. And also another number of other things in the motion I agree with, such as calling on the government to give local authorities support, because it's not fair to send a number of people here that do have complex needs and provide no funding for them. However, there's a couple of things I object to in the motion. First of all, the idea of a migrant champion. Now, that sounds weird that I'm not agreeing with that, but the reason I'm not is because I find it really offensive to lump everyone into a group. It's quite, I think, offensive to say, oh, you're not English, therefore you must want a migrant champion. How is that the same? Like, how is everyone the same, whether or not you come from Latvia, you've lived here 6 years, you've worked, you've bought a house? Are you the same as someone that's fleeing a terrible war in Syria? I don't know, maybe you are, maybe you aren't, but no one's actually kind of saying that they are or not. They are assuming that. Sorry, I'm speaking very badly because I've written loads of stuff down and I'm conscious of the time. Another thing that's not right is the point in the motion about the fast process, not allowing for asylum seekers to work. Now, I understand the logic. If asylum seekers can work, obviously it's not a burden on the system and the state. However, if you increase the labour supply, we all know you decrease wages. And then obviously, again, local people are going to be very angry about that. That's not necessarily even a Conservative view. I've got a former Labour member standing for the Conservatives next May purely because they believe Labour have consistently failed to understand the negative impacts on migration to the poorest in society. Now, this isn't a party political broadcast. I think the Conservative Party have been woefully lacking in their approach to migration as well, if only they hadn't. And finally, the main thing I find frustrating is people not practicing what they preach. Under the asylum dispersal scheme, we're told that Cambridgeshire will be taking some 500 asylum seekers, which will be allocated based on population size. Obviously, this means South Cambs and Cambridge City would take the lion's share, being larger areas. However, they are currently making excuses as to why they can't take in and trying to voice them off in larger numbers to other districts. So I believe in practicing what you preach. If you are pro-asylum seeker, please do welcome them into your district. Please go and speak to your representatives on Cambridge City and South Cambs, because for me, people speak at council and at a national level about how they have all these feelings and how they understand stuff, and then they don't put it into practice when it comes to putting it into practice.
Time's up. Thank you, Councillor Hoy. I just made the point that Huntingdonshire is the biggest district in the council rather than South Cambs. Just thought I'd say that. So we've had a full debate now. I'm going to go to Councillor Beckett and then we're going to move to Councillor Sanderson as seconder of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to add as well, I wasn't really planning on speaking on this one as well. But I want to start by saying the hostile environment created for refugees in this country is repugnant. We only have to look to Ukraine to see how many of these people have come and been through so much. And now Ukraine in some ways has opened our eyes to what some of these people have been through. But there's so many other conflicts around the world that the general public just don't know about. I mean, Syria, hopefully everyone's heard about Syria. Afghanistan, the plight of women and girls in Afghanistan and the things that they are running from there. But then we look to Sudan, what's going on there? Tigray, Ethiopia. It goes around the world, from Burma to wherever else. There's so many people in this world that are fleeing dreadful persecution. We live a very privileged life in this country to know that we are actually safe and that our greatest worries while really great worries are the cost of living, we are not fearful for our lives every day or for being locked up for some political cause. The public attitude towards asylum seekers in this country has often been stoked by the mainstream media. We hear many stories of asylum seekers being lazy or being, in hotels, claiming so many benefits of our state, but it's us that forces them to do that. Asylum seekers aren't allowed to work. Their only option, if they actually want to be illegal, is to sit in those detention centres or hotels. So we lock them up in there. We give them no ability to work, give them no ability to contribute to our society. And we do that for years because we don't process them quickly. It's not like they're there for a week. It's our systems that hold them in these prison cells, essentially, for years on end, while we do nothing. Now, I want to share with you, back in 2015, I actually spent some time in Greece volunteering at a refugee camp in Leros. While I was there, it was when everything was going wrong in Syria, and we had many, many people coming over, people on boats trying to flee Syria, to be able to get out, be able to come to safety. One of the things we ran for some of the children, because there were a large number of children coming over, were art classes, where they had the ability to kind of do some art and draw as a way of, helping them deal with some of the trauma that they've been through. And the one that will always stick with me, and I will never, ever forget, is a 9-year-old girl that the drawing she chose to draw was of boats in the sea with people drowning next to it, begging for their lives. And if you can imagine a 9-year-old girl, that was her experience of coming over. People on her boat drowned. And that's what we allow to happen, because there are no safe asylum routes to the UK at the moment. We don't allow people to do anything. Their only route is to try and get through and to get to this country where they can claim asylum. Also, while I was there, I met a bunch of other great people. And we tend to think of asylum seekers and people coming in as being low-skilled workers. I'll never forget the case of Mo, who was a doctor. He was a doctor in Syria. Now, the reason he was fleeing was because his family was in ISIS-controlled areas and he lived in Assad-controlled areas. And the Assad regime said that if you need to come and work as a doctor on the front line for us, otherwise we will kill you. And ISIS said, if you come in and work for the Assad regime, we will kill your family and your people. What the hell do you do in that case? He had to run. He had no choice. But what's more, when he came over, and I met him in Greece, he was looking at where he should go. And the only option available to him was Germany, because they were open. They were allowing refugees and asylum seekers at that point. So Mo is now a doctor in Germany. And we look at our health service, where we are crying out for doctors and nurses, and we don't allow these people in. Because we say, oh, they're refugees, they're migrants, they're, whatever else. And yet there are so many of these people that could contribute so well to our society, and we simply do not let them in. So I welcome this motion, and I welcome everything we can do to help these people around the world that are in need of our help. And I hope that it demonstrates that we are a caring, a compassionate county, and that we really do want to do our bit to help everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move to Councillor Sanderson as seconder of the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. Seems a very long time ago that we heard from Councillor Bulat when she proposed this motion, and indeed from Councillor Maria King, both of whom I think spoke extremely well. Councillor Bulat is widely acknowledged as one of the hardest working, most dedicated people that I certainly know. Anyway, on this subject, she does a lot of great work to help migrants. A couple of points I'd just like to pick up on. The no recourse to public funds. I, like a lot of members, find that absolutely ridiculous that people are sat in detention centres, or as Councillor Tierney said, they're living in hotels, supposedly having a very nice lifestyle, but they don't have the opportunity to work. We have a labour shortage in this country. We know the reasons why. I think it would be good if we could, or the government could come up with a scheme that would improve that. Living on £40 a week is certainly not a livable income. I've got to take issue with Councillor Bowden, because he's said in his remarks, unless I misheard him, he referred to illegal asylum seekers. Now, I'm afraid you cannot have an illegal asylum seeker, Councillor Bowden. You did say that several times. On a point of order,
Point
I
of personal explanation.
did say that, but I said that in the context of the new law which applies under the Nationality and Borders Act 2022, where those individuals who claim to be asylum seekers who come here, especially over the small boats, but in other ways as well, are illegal. So they are illegal asylum seekers under the law.
I'm afraid that is not possible to be an illegal asylum seeker, but my learned friend obviously has a different view. I suspect his comments were more directed towards the date in May that Councillor Hoy refers to when there are elections to Fenland Council. I really think that this idea of uncontrolled immigration that Councillor Tierney kept coming out with, incidentally, I won't be proposing him as the migrant champion. I thought, frankly, it was outrageous. I thought his speech was more a rehearsal to be the next leader of UKIP. To be perfectly honest. Councillor Hoy said there's no figures in this motion. Well, it's not the role of the county council to decide migrant figures. It's the role of central government. They've clearly failed in this, as I think we all acknowledge. And as Councillor Dupre said, quite rightly, Conservative MP Tim Loughton asked the Home Secretary, asked Suvella Braverman, what safe passage there is for migrants, and she was unable to answer that question. So I think it's clear that there's been a huge failure there, but I welcome this motion. I'm very proud to second it. I look forward to discussing this at the next COSMIC meeting, and I commend Councillor Bulat for proposing it. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bulat.
Thank you, Chair. Where to start summing up to an hour of very lively debate. So let's see what I can fit in 5 minutes. So first of all, thank you to members and officers who feedback on this motion, as well as to Councillor Sanderson for seconding this motion today. Some quite unsurprising comments from the opposition. Did expect that, of course, but let's start with some of the positives. Thank you to Councillor King for sharing your experiences and focusing on the practical suggestions of what we can do in the spirit of this motion's recommendations. Councillor Cox-Condron, you mentioned a lot of issues there, but one important point I wanted to underline is the issue around immigration advice that is actually offered unlawfully. So I know, as someone who volunteers as an immigration advisor and is accredited by the OIC that regulates immigration advice, there's a huge problem, not only in Wisbech, but in many other towns and cities across the UK, people getting false information and actually putting them into more dangerous situations. So I'm really keen that we look at this and how can we work with our partners in tackling that. If there's a need of enforcement, there's a need of actually enforcing people who give immigration advice who are not accredited to do so. Councillor Dupre, Netzinga, Councillor Beckett, thank you so much for correcting some of the claims made. You save a lot of time in my 5 minutes summary. Councillor Hoy, I do agree we do need a fairer distribution of asylum seekers, and this is true across the UK, not only in our county. And that's why I think calling for proper local funding is so important, because at the moment a lot of the decisions are being taken by where it's cheaper to host asylum seekers. So of course this will create unequal distribution. So of course having like a hotel in Cambridge would be more expensive than having a hotel in Huntingdonshire or Wisbech, where we have the current debate with the hotel. So I think actually the government looking in that and the impact on the wider population is really important. Councillor Count, thank you very much for your more balanced approach compared to some of your colleagues, and I'm always keen to debate other immigration topics. If you have suggestions, you mentioned that you perhaps wanted to make some suggestions on this motion. If you have any other ideas, I'm always keen to discuss that. Councillor Howell, just the clarification point on the no recourse to public funds. It's a very good point. Unfortunately, because this is government national policy, we cannot change this policy locally. So of course, as long as no recourse to public funds is attached to some visas and other forms of immigration, our officers will have to say what they're entitled and they're not entitled to. And actually, this is like a very big debate in Parliament now, with like members of Parliament across parties looking into this issue. So this motion would not say solve this national government issue, but what I think we can encourage as a council is access to voluntary services as well, because even if someone is not entitled to some form of benefits, they could be allowed entitled to some of the voluntary work that some organizations, migrant rights organizations or other voluntary groups are doing, especially now with the cost of living support. Councillor Tierney, of course, there is a diversity of views on immigration, including in the migrant population. Not everyone has the same views. I do accept this. I never claimed that everyone does. I do not think that the number of asylum seekers or refugees that we take in the UK which by the way is much smaller than many comparable countries, economically speaking. I don't think that this number that we take of successful applications we take is the cause of the impact of many years of austerity and lack of planning and house building in many areas of our country. In the interest of time now, seeing I have a minute and a half left, I will address some of the concerns raised by Councillors Bowden and Jonas King. Collectively, the sanctuary models exist in many other UK councils as well. It's not only a thing in the US right now, so there are other councils that passed similar motions. And I would like to just address in the last minute I have very directly the misrepresentation around this motion supposedly calling to help illegal asylum seekers, or of course it's a contradiction according to Refugee Convention, but I'll get onto that. I will point at the third point under the recommendations of my motion, which actually has a bracket at the end. If you actually read the detail, when it speaks about encouraging the council's partners not to participate in the hostile environment, it says except where there is a legal obligation. And it's precisely because there are issues around national security and other national law that, like we have to mention this, but what is not right is when people seek advice, and there have been reports, for example, of members of parliament reporting the Home Office and all sorts of stories. So I think that we are not trained to be border guards. I think like the Home Office needs to do their job, and we shouldn't be encouraged to actually report on this, except there's a very specific legal obligation. Migrants and asylum seekers being conflated. Of course, that's the motion tries to be broader, not only about asylum seekers, but migrants in general. Please read Article 31 of the Refugee Convention, because I don't have time to read it out. Thank you very much.
So before we move to the vote, Councillor Howell raised some concerns, which the Chief Executive told me he's going to address via a briefing note to all members afterwards. So a very long time ago, I think, Councillor Bowden, you requested a recorded vote. Do you have 13 friends who'd like to join you in that request? More than 13. So Mrs. Rowe, could you please conduct a recorded vote?
Members, I'll call your name out if you can say for, against, abstain. Ambrose Smith. Atkins.
For.
Batchelor.
For.
Beckett. Bowden.
Against.
Bradnam.
For.
Bulat.
For.
Bywater. Connor. Corney. Costello.
Against.
Count. Coots. Cox-Condren. Criswell.
Against.
Daunton.
For.
Dupre. Ferguson.
For.
French.
Against.
Gardner.
Against.
Gay. Goodliff.
For.
Goff. Gowing. Hathorn. Hay. Howe. Howitt.
For.
Hoy. Kindersley. Jonas King. Maria King.
For.
MacDonald. Maguire. Miskini. Mills. Murphy. Nessinger. Ray.
For.
Sanderson.
For.
Dan Schumann.
Against.
Josh Schumann. Shayla.
For.
Sharp.
Against.
Slatter. Smith. Taylor. Thompson. Tierney.
Against.
Van der Ven. Whelan. Wilson.
For.
Chair, the result of the vote is 31 votes in favour, 20 against and 1 abstention. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you. So the time is now 7 minutes past 1 o'clock. We're going to take a break now for 43 minutes. And so we'll return here at 10 to 2. You are all welcome. You're all welcome to join me now in the foyer for Christmas carols and mince pies. Thank you very much, colleagues. So we're going to reconvene now with the fourth motion, which is submitted by Councillor Count. Can I ask Councillor Count to move and speak to his motion as set out on page 8 of the council agenda?
Thank you, Chair. By now, most people must know there's nothing so far that I've seen regarding congestion charging that would get my vote and support. Apparently, despite having been elected to represent my residents, I should wait for the results of the congestion consultation to take every respondent's views on board. But I have a fundamental difficulty with that because I personally don't believe that it is a fair consultation. I believe it is a marketing exercise. I personally tried to respond with my present view against the congestion charge, but I found I had to go through masses of what I believe to be biased promotional material first. Now, it could be my view is tainted, and I'm the one at fault for having such a perception. Although I doubt it, because comment after comment by residents filling in this consultation have had the same view as me. They're all saying the consultation is biased. So that is why I brought forward this motion. I am led to believe that it is legally compliant exercise. But that, Chairman, is completely different to an appropriate exercise. Small examples like the geographic intensity of consultation where improved services will run and complete indifference to areas further afield, such as March and the surrounding villages that I represent. Even one Twitterati even went so far as to me to butt out the conversation because I live 30 miles away, so therefore it has nothing to do with me. Well, I'm sorry, but I travel into Cambridge and my residents travel into Cambridge. Many of them I know work in Cambridge, either Addenbrooke's or Northern Science Park, wherever it is. So it does have a lot to do with those people a little bit further afield, and the options and the expenses presented to us are not fairly judged. The present consultation did not give them a fair crack of the whip. The chairman himself, as I know, you asked for better consultation for your residents in St. Neots. And I applaud you for that, for saying, come here and talk to us, because you're only talking to those people that will benefit the most. So if this room believes the consultation is fair, and it is a good basis for the county council, not the GCP, to make its decision, then you will have confidence in that consultation process. And you will support my motion because you will want the results of the examination to prove to the public at large that this is a fair and appropriate consultation for the county council to use. However, I do believe if you vote against this motion, it's because you already know the answer. The consultation is flawed, and you will do anything to get your beloved unfair congestion charge tax through. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor King, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, Chair. I second the motion and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So let's open up the floor to debate then. First is Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a point of information. The GCP proposals are not about a congestion charge. I don't think it's in the proposal at all. To scrutinise the Greater Cambridge Partnership's consultations for their appropriateness, paraphrasing a little bit, this does seem to be what we are doing on the GCP Assembly and the GCP Board. And I wonder, Chair, if Councillor Count wishes to join the joint administration, perhaps. While I've attempted to give information about the GCP consultation proposal, I will wait until the consultation results are analysed and returned to this committee for any debate about them. But it does feel like this motion seeks to get rid of the consultation altogether, or to question its validity at least. But it might be, of course, well, this would be a problem because this is one of the questions that's being asked by the consultation, for instance. But it might be that it is close to what the Conservative position has been for decades. That is a position of do nothing. Certainly members of the public have raised concerns about the results of decades of the do nothing policy. We have seen a reduction in transport services across the county. Many parts of the county have been left in relative transport poverty as a result. The do nothing policy is also, well, it seems to be happy with the patchy service and rather exorbitant ticket prices provided by Stagecoach, or that the profits derived thereby should be shipped off to their shareholders in Germany with little or no democratic control. There does not seem to have been any previous attempt to improve bus services. National Conservative policies have installed economic leeches on most of our services. The charges being borne by the users and the public purse alike. These include buses, train travel, water, the national grid, the NHS, housing, and more. These extra charges do not go back into services. They go into private profits. And I think these parasitic costs also damage our country's international trade competitiveness. As for the comment about the GCP being too centered on the GCP area, Chair, members from all over the county usually make decisions about local projects. The GCP remit is for the GCP area. The CPCA, of course, is involved with buses across the county. I mean, would we say of the project for King's Dyke that we should spread that money across the county? National funding was provided for a nationally important strategic economic growth area, and an opportunity that was being hampered by, among other things, an inadequate transportation system. The GCP Making Connections proposal, whether you agree or not with the proposal, is about moving more people in and out of Cambridge and around the greater Cambridge area than is possible by the current transport mix. But let's encourage people to engage with the consultation, and we will see what comes back to this committee. I cannot support this motion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor van der Ven.
Sorry. Thank you. The public question this morning from Kelly about her children's difficulty getting from home in Bassingbourn to college in Cambridge puts the spotlight on the two-tier society that exists in every division in Cambridgeshire. If you live somewhere without adequate public transport and don't have access to a private car, you are more likely to be excluded from jobs, education, training, health services, and family and friends. This contributes to persistent and growing health inequalities all over Cambridgeshire, as laid out in our Director of Public Health's annual report. It's the duty of all of us to look for solutions and to seek out and listen to the voices of people we represent on the detail of what's not working and how we might make things better. The Making Connections consultation is doing exactly that. The principle of road charging to reduce congestion, improve the air we breathe, and fund a better bus service is not new. In 2009, a decision toward road charging was brought forward by the Conservative-led County Council. Gridlock congestion, worsening air quality, and a terrible bus service, especially in rural Cambridgeshire, were causing great concern about the future. The proposal to accept the then Labour government's offer on what was called the Transport Innovation Fund was voted through by this council on a cross-party basis. The scheme was about central government funding a vastly improved bus service and active travel links. A congestion charge would be introduced after the new bus and cycle infrastructure was embedded and would then fund the bus network. As a newly elected councillor, I was impressed at the seriousness of consideration across the council. A few months later, the Transport Innovation Fund offer fell away. I'm not sure why, but without government's financial outlay, the game changed completely. Tragically, the next year saw Cambridgeshire bus services fatally undermined when the same Conservative-led County Council administration announced that all bus subsidies would be eliminated for good in one fell swoop. This was immediately challenged over the failure to properly consult with the public. The administration redesigned its plan, now with a phasing out of bus subsidies over time, but subject to consultation. But this was too late for the first tranche of bus cuts in April 2011, when the Cambridge City Shuttle and the services 15, 32, 139, 414, and 431 were consigned to history. Thereafter, remaining subsidized bus services clung on, rescued at the last minute in the next year's business plan. Cambridgeshire was marked out as not exactly friendly territory for new bus ventures. As predicted, congestion grew and buses were unable to run to their own timetables, leading to the demise of even more services. The last bus from Bassingbourn to Cambridge was withdrawn in 2017. The operator said they couldn't reliably get children to Long Road Sixth Form College on schedule for their morning lessons. From then on, people who could got into their cars, adding to the congestion, and those without access to a car were left to fend for themselves, like Kelly's two boys. The future of bus services, if we do nothing, is dismal, and inequalities are growing. The failure over many years to take on this awful problem has now left us in a post-Brexit, post-pandemic world where the challenge is even greater. Most recently, central government refused to fund Cambridgeshire's bus improvement plan, noting insufficient commitment to road charging as a key factor. Politically, it would be easier to do nothing and let the next lot of elected representatives deal with it. But we have a responsibility to listen and act on behalf of young people who deserve equal access to education, training, and job opportunities, and to all those presently excluded from access to meet their essential daily needs. The Making Connections consultation has had a massive response, no doubt with a huge variety of views and ideas, and it will be our job to consider what people have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Gough, please.
Thank you, Chair. We consult to improve policy making, to capture issues not picked up through other evidence. The GCP consultation is well designed to do that. The questions provide the opportunity to express views on the full range of proposals, and the scope to comment on the key elements is to explain why. It is not a one-issue consultation, and every opportunity is provided to people to express their views, whatever they are. I applaud the efforts of the GCP to reach out to different groups and different geographies to stimulate participation throughout the travel to work area. It is not easy. The consultation results will be published together with a statistical analysis of the participation by geographic area, by age of respondents, etc., etc. That will all come in due course, and the results will be available to inform our decision making. But this motion questions the validity and representativeness of the consultation before any of the results have been analysed, and indeed before the consultation is even closed. How arrogant, how disrespectful to those who participate and those who put the consultation together, and how inappropriate. The most important thing this council can do is to channel people to participate in that consultation. And this motion does nothing to help that and probably undermines it. If the opposition members were really concerned about ensuring good consultation, they should really take a look at the local Conservative MPs who felt it necessary to conduct their own parallel surveys. Anthony Brown's take on representation in his survey, one question. In order to make this survey representative, his words, how did you vote in the 2019 election? What? Really? Is that a useful question to inform good policy making? Is that appropriate? But while all this may be seen as being harmless nonsense, it is not. These parallel surveys are partial, they do not reflect the full scope of the consultation, and lead to respondents potentially thinking that their views have been captured in the real consultation process. Not so. They haven't. And their opportunity to provide further insight afforded by the properly designed real survey is lost. So I would much prefer that rather than discussing this motion, we put the energy into putting a halt to these parallel surveys, which do not contribute in any way to better policy. And we, rather than prejudging the value of real consultation before anyone has seen any of the output. For these reasons, I shall be voting against this motion, and I will continue to support and encourage residents to participate in this important consultation process, no matter what their views are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney, please.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully people are watching on social media the many discussions about the congestion charge that are going on, particularly on Facebook. I'm sure lots of you are. And one of the things that you will quickly determine is that it's not just Councillor Cowell who thinks that this work is prejudiced, if you like, is presented in an unfair way. Many people take that view. Now, this is common of council work in advance, isn't it? It's quite common that it seems that it's a marking exercise. It seems that the questions are presented to get a certain outcome. And I think it's something we have to work on, all councils have to work on to try and avoid that in future, because it creates distrust in the system. But this work in particular, I think, is very clearly, to me anyway, determined to get to a certain outcome. It seems to me, and I know a lot of the public feel the same way, that the GCP and those in favour of congestion charging absolutely know right now where they're going to get to, and everything that happens between now and then is steps on that path to get there. It's just my view. I'm not saying it's fact. I'm just saying that's how it feels to me and to many, many other people. Councillor van der Ven mentioned the question earlier from the lady at the beginning of the meeting. I'm glad you mentioned it, actually, because I did want to raise something about that. That lady came with a very real issue about travel, a real issue that affected her family. And the response to her was just a load of waffle. We're doing this survey about this work, about this potential questionnaire. It was waffle, absolute nonsense. Nobody answered her question. Nobody helped her. You just smothered her with platitudes. Completely unreasonable. Of course, now you're saying the solution to this is to charge people to come in and out of their own homes. How absolutely ridiculous. And I think Councillor Gough referred to the position as arrogant. It is absolutely arrogant to think that the correct solution to people's woes about travel is to charge them to move in and out of their home and to presume that they all agree with you. I can assure you they don't. And one of the things you're going to find if you keep pushing this through with consultations like this, and finally with whatever the GCP and this council decide, is that you will pay a price. Karma will come for you at the polls. You are going to be smashed over this, I promise you. Thank you.
Councillor Massini.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Cowell, for bringing this motion, of course. And as the motion is about due process and independent reviews, I would like to start, if I can, with a little bit of history. On the 21st of July 2020, I brought a motion to this council to work with the combined authority and district partners on an independent assessment of excess COVID deaths in care homes following the government's disastrous hospital discharge requirements policy. My motion was voted down on account of A, we shouldn't overburden our already overworked staff, and B, we shouldn't interfere with government's own independent inquiry. There wasn't a national inquiry being conducted at the time. The terms of references for one were published on the 28th of June of this year, with public hearings set to begin in 23. We could have completed the local process far quicker than that. So here we are with tables turned today, except this time there is a consultation ongoing, led by partners locally. And the opposition are hell-bent on undermining it for their own political gain, as they are completely entitled to do. But never mind the hundreds of thousands of people being let down daily by the failing public transport network they failed to do anything about during 12 years of government, 4 years of combined authority mayoralty, and decades in control of this council when it was the transport authority. By all means, challenge the decision-making process when the decision has actually been made or is even on the table to be made. This county council takes plenty of decisions without county-wide public consultation. There I mentioned closing half the children's centres in 2017. When a scheme has been finalised, if a scheme will be finalised, following the current process, it will be a decision for this council to take forward. We have no executive powers in this council except in an emergency, and very limited powers of delegation. There isn't a prime minister in this room who can prorogue this council when things get rough. So when you're standing in the way of due process, please do me a favor and look in the mirror.
Would anybody else like to join in the debate? Councillor Howard.
Yeah.
It's a very short intervention, but I hope Leader of the Opposition, when he replies to this debate, answers a very simple question. Will he be transparent either in his answer or make a commitment following his answer how much money the Conservative Party is putting into the Cambridge Residents Group, so-called, which is the major campaigner against the sustainable travel zone? It is, as my colleague, the leader of the Labour Group says, perfectly proper for the Conservatives to pursue their own political ends. But I think we need to see transparency about funding behind that group, and I hope that he will answer yes.
So there are no other hands, so I'm going to move. Oh, no. Oh, Councillor Sharp first.
I've been pressing the button, but it doesn't seem to want to acknowledge me. Yes, sorry. Thank you, Chairman. I asked the Chief Executive and the Director of Transport of the GCP back in September at a webinar that the consultation needed questions that were fair and did not contain leading questions that were biased to a certain outcome. I was assured that would be the case. Unfortunately, the consultation wording does not match that assurance. I had an interesting evening last night at Milton Road Library, listening to about 100 residents, and I know a couple of members were there. The majority of whom were very angry, a lot of whom felt the consultation was a done deal. I must say, I'll say here now, I thought ex-councillor, County Councillor Scott chaired that meeting very well last night in very difficult circumstances. I was told off by the Chairman of Highways and Transport last week for calling the GCP undemocratic. I was told that we had a County Council rep on the GCP and I should address my concerns through her. I have emailed twice, admittedly last time was a couple of months ago, but not had a reply. But it's not just me who doesn't get a reply. I know there's a Labour member in East Cams who's told me that he's emailed on a number of occasions and not received a reply. So we do need to, if we're going to be accountable, we do need to be democratic. For the people to accept the consultation result, they need to have faith in the consultation process. Otherwise, we've all failed. I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slatter.
Councillor Sharp has just taken the words out of my mouth, really. To have confidence in the decision, people need to have confidence in the consultation. Those who have participated have been quite relieved to find it wasn't what they were led to expect. Lots of people who participated in the consultation were a bit taken by surprise by the whole idea. And to be honest, I wonder how many of us were, because there have been members of the councils involved who've been involved for years. And I've got a residents association, which is way ahead of the game in terms of having read the papers and responded at every stage they could. And I'm playing catch up to a large extent, and I will be honest about that. I'm also trying to help my residents play catch up. I'm going to a sheltered housing thing on Friday, because I know I'm going to have to deal, first of all, with the things they think are going to happen before we can talk about the things that may happen. And the key is in the timeline, the next steps. The business case will be prepared on the grounds of the feedback. And I hope the feedback will include a lot of writing in the boxes where people can add to the simple yes, no answers or the graded answers. If people have skipped everything and gone straight to something that looked like yes, no, because that's what they thought they should do, we will have missed their vital input. And that would be a pity, because so much of this, the devil is in the detail, and we all want it to be a bundle of proposals that are sustainable, that will be something the next generation is glad we did. Because I don't know that I can face them if we don't do something.
Do we have any other speakers in this debate? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak in this debate, but I can't resist it, I'm afraid. I'm going to support the motion, but not because I think that this consultation is particularly biased, although I do believe it is biased in the direction in which it's trying to obtain answers. It's because overwhelmingly in local authorities, Labour, Conservative, Liberal Democrat, doesn't make any difference. When you see consultation processes, they are overwhelmingly, not always, but overwhelmingly, they are a farce. They are a fig leaf, and they don't really mean anything at all. And the authorities of whatever political party, I'm not making a party political point here, but whatever political party, they're doing it because they have to do a consultation, and they're going to go ahead with what they want to do anyway. And I'm sorry to say that I think that this GCP consultation goes along with that. So I'm not saying that this one is particularly bad, but I'm saying that it is quite typical of the way in which consultation takes place in local authorities and local authority type organisations. I will be supporting the motion, but I'm not surprised about the way in which the consultation has been framed.
Thank you, Councillor Singer.
So I had been planning to speak in this debate, but then I had faintly hoped that I might not need to. But after Councillor Bowden's comments, I think it is very important that I say what I had planned to say. The consultation currently being undertaken is an extremely important one for this council and for residents across Cambridgeshire. And it has rightly received a huge amount of engagement from members of the public and from politicians at all levels of government, and that is entirely appropriate. The consultation is focused on how we can dramatically improve transport options available to the majority of Cambridgeshire residents. I think there is probably a lot of agreement in this room about the need to improve rural bus services and to increase the safety of walking and cycling across more areas of our county. There is certainly less agreement on how such changes should be paid for, although I suspect that we would again be quite united in hoping that central government would rethink their current policy of handing bus subsidy directly to the operators like Stagecoach rather than to elected local representatives. It has been pretty frustrating to see government handing millions of pounds to a private company who are making serious profits, while at the same time cutting rural bus routes and increasing prices. However, this motion is not about that legitimate discussion, for the very good reason that while the consultation is underway, county councillors need to be extremely careful about what we say. This motion is instead an attempt to undermine the validity of the consultation. It would be possible to argue for many days about the precise wording of questions, and I have to say I think quite a lot of argument over many days took place. However, many thousands of Cambridgeshire residents have already engaged with, and I hope will continue to engage with, this consultation until it closes on the 23rd of December. And I want to reassure all of those who either have already filled in the consultation or who may yet do so, that we as a county council are listening, and we will take those responses extremely seriously. And that's why I felt it was really important to stand up after what Councillor Bowden has said. It is so important that the public understand that we are listening to what they tell us in this consultation. The consultation is quite long and it allows for free text responses. And given the numbers who have already completed it and the amount of information that they have given us, I think it's quite likely that it will take some time for all that information to be collated and assessed, but that information from residents is hugely important. I absolutely reject any implications that this motion is, that the consultation is flawed, and I'm deeply disappointed that Conservative politicians have chosen here and in other places to undermine the process. There are difficult political choices to be made in the future. And in coming months, there will be much debate about what the future for this consultation might be. but the consultation itself is profoundly important. And I would really urge all residents to complete it if they are interested. And I want to give them absolute reassurance that we are listening. This is a serious consultation. It is not a foregone conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move to Councillor King then as seconder of this motion.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't too sure what to expect really from the debate in this motion, and I'm not too sure what the resistance to this motion really is, because whichever side of the argument you're on, whether you think the consultation is worded correctly or whether you don't, surely some independent scrutiny to decide one way or the other that this is a good or bad consultation is democratic and is going to put everyone's minds at rest about what the process is. The results of this consultation, as we've heard, are going to go into a business case that's going to then come before this council to decide whether or not to introduce such things as a congestion charge in the Greater Cambridgeshire area. So isn't it really important that we ensure that that consultation has been done correctly and properly, and that we explore the validity of that consultation and make sure that the questions are not biased? We've seen a lot of anger and a lot of feeling from the public about the biased questions in this consultation. So it's pointless continuing with a consultation that is biased and is not valid. So I'm not too sure what the resistance is into making sure that this consultation is genuine and not biased. So anyone wanting to vote against this motion is clearly in support of the congestion charge and just wants to push it through without proper checks and proper validation. So I implore you to support this motion. Let's just make sure that the questions aren't biased, and let's make sure that the information that goes into that business case is proper and valid. Thank you.
So Councillor King will be voting on the motion as written. It's not a proxy vote for the congestion charging proposals. Let's make that clear. Councillor Count, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. I'll follow on from Councillor King's summing up just to say what an opportunity missed by those who believe that the consultation was fair. The public are saying it's unfair. I presented you with a perfect opportunity to go to an independent outside body, ask the chief executive to do it. I didn't word what would go to them, and you could have taken that there and they could have come back if you were right and said this was fair. But you've decided not to do that. Now, we're here, it's not a proxy vote on the congestion charge, but I think you can only draw one conclusion from that result, is that you know that this consultation may not have passed that test. I'm disappointed that when I complain about the geographical input and the bias that goes on, the answer I get is that's the job of the GCP Assembly. The GCP is South Cambs and Cambridge City. It's not their job to analyse results on the basis of Cambridgeshire County Council. My question was, is the consultation fair for Cambridgeshire County Council to make a decision on, not just the GCP? To be told, go and ask the GCP if that's okay, is a bit of an insult. Do nothing. Heard from Councillor Shaler, we've done nothing. The Histon Road bus lanes that are being introduced were supported. The Milton Road bus lanes are being supported. The magnificent guided busway took 4 or 5 million vehicles off the road. Conservative approach. Franchising brought forward by the Conservative previous mayor, stopped by this Labour mayor. Cambridge North Station, £4.8 million put in by the Conservatives to bring forward Cambridge North Station. Soham Station, public transport built under the James Palmer ride. Park and rides extended. Cambridge South, working towards as hard as possible to deliver that. Don't say we didn't do anything. If you looked at congestion, you will find that the congestion is similar to earlier years, despite all the growth, and that's because of the efforts that were used to contain it. The bus improvement plan, it was mentioned that because we don't have charging, we're not going to get any money from government. Actually, the letter said lack of ambition from the mayor. That was only one element. There was a whole swathe of problems at the combined authority why we didn't get money for a bus improvement plan. But we now understand that the solution to not getting the money from central government because you have a lack of ambition is actually to introduce a precept on top of what may be a congestion charge coming through the GCP. Money to the CRG, I have no answer for you there. I'm totally unaware of that. But when the GCP are using money to produce Instagram Instagram videos, marketing exercises throughout the GCP area, you have to question really the amount of one-sided fight. It's like David versus Goliath on this, and yet the public are still very upset. And we know what happened to Goliath last time. People were particularly surprised when they tried to fill in the consultation in a good way from Councillor Slatter, not the people I speak to. I can assure you of that. The inbox of Facebook is absolutely full. Oh, sorry, you don't follow those against congestion charge. You only follow those that are for it. But if you did look, it's absolutely full of people who are tearing this consultation to shreds. And you've missed a chance to validate it. To say, let's wait for the results that will validate the quality of the consultation, that's nonsense. You don't ask a question, wait for the answer to the question, see if the question was any good. That just gives you answers to the questions you've asked. I do note that a couple of members are preparing themselves for a walk away with their big speeches about we are listening, we are taking it very seriously. I wonder if they've actually spoken to the Labour colleagues that this is actually laying the ground for the day they actually say, we don't have enough work, we don't have enough votes, we're going to walk away. Time. So apparently this is now going to take a bit longer than anticipated. I assume that's to avoid elections because we know what will happen then. Not many people actually defended the depth of detail of the consultation that I picked up on. A lot of people talk about congestion charge, improving public transport. I agree, improving public transport. But where were the answers to the question about the geographic spread? Where were the answers to the questions about the actual quality of the consultation? There were none. And so I'm very sorry, but I think that people watching this debate live on stream today will know where we are. Labour, Liberal Democrats and Independents want this congestion charge to go through, and they don't want their consultation examined.
It's time. Thank you. So we're going to move to the vote now. I understand that the problems that we experienced early in the meeting have now been resolved. So we're going to try and do this vote using the electronic system. Let's confirm fast that everybody can see their names on the screen. Israel, would you kindly open up the voting, please, when you're ready?
Is it open? Yeah. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Oh, sorry. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Everyone's made it. We got 51. I'm now closing the vote.
Thank you. So the results of the vote are as follows: 21 in favour, 30 against and 0 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is lost.
Can I just clarify? Number 60 is showing green on the screen. Oh. But that seat's occupied, isn't it? According to my list. Oh, 60.
Yeah, no,
That's
fine.
That's fine. Thank you. I was just checking. Sorry, Mrs. Rowe. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you very much. So that's the fourth motion finished. Now we're going to move on to the final motion. I can find my place on the agenda notes. The fifth motion was originally submitted by Councillor Goldsack, but he's not here today. So I believe Councillor Sharp is going to move and speak to the motion as set out on page 9 of the council agenda. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and not go over some of the debate we had in the previous motion. We're in the middle of a consultation around impacts on road space and imposing congestion charge on those travelling into and around Cambridge. Whilst that consultation is running, we have the situation of major roadworks along Milton Road, and I certainly saw them for myself last night, and smaller ones, certainly Newmarket Road and other parts of Cambridge. There was certainly a considerable, the meeting I went to last night, there was, obviously it's only a straw poll, there was considerable cynicism from members of the public about all the roadworks in Wilford Road, and I accept that those were probably local people because the meeting was held right next door to some of those roadworks. The fact that they were going on at the same time as the consultation. We've certainly had buses being delayed, meaning that children have been late for school every day. Residents are not able to get about. Similarly, visitors into Cambridge not able to get about. And it's slightly touching on what I said previously. We need to get a proper comparison for the sake of a fair consultation, because I'm sure, certainly that's what I would like, and I'm sure hopefully all members would as well. So there can be no confidence in the outcome unless we're able to compare congestion now with what it was at a comparable time. And that's what the motion in terms of recommendations is asking. In the motion, asks for a number of measures to be undertaken to ensure that we can trust the data and that what impact that has had on congestion within the city during the consultation period. So for those reasons, I commend this motion to council.
Is there a second of that motion?
Yes, I'll second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I'll open the floor to debate then. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you, Chair. I was appalled when I saw this motion. Firstly, implications are so insulting to our officers who work tirelessly to minimize the impact of roadworks on road users and the flow of traffic. And secondly, even a suggestion that there is some deliberate attempt to increase congestion is not only ridiculous, it is part of a very silly conspiracy theory that is going around, which is hardly even worth mentioning, except it has the potential to increase road rage incidents that our roadworks teams unfortunately have to deal with every day. And Alex will, I think, talk about some very recent injuries suffered as a result. I think that anything done that increases the risk to members of our road teams is utterly inexcusable. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Machini.
Thank you, Chair. That's rather earlier than I thought I was going to come in. I am speaking here today only as in my capacity as the local member for King's Edges, just for this issue.
Would Councillor Moschini just move her book to the side of her microphone because it's blocking our hearing of you? Thank you.
Can you hear me better? Thank you. One day I will memorize things and then it will be easier. But, you know, there was mention of Milton Road and the wonderful thing that we all supported. So again, a little bit of history, Chairman. In 2017, we had the local liaison forums going on about the Milton Road project. The road was in a severe state of disrepairs with many potholes. And the highways team, well, not the highways team, but the political leadership of the highways team absolutely refused for years to fix those potholes because the road was getting a thorough revamp from the evil GCP, so why bother? Then it got actually so bad, and I suppose the potholes got to the depth that is required, that an intervention was agreed and the potholes were filled, except the work was so shoddy that in less than 6 months, the potholes were all back. We asked a question at full council about it in February 2018, where the then chair of highways, Matthew Shooter, explained, I can't remember if the project involved his favorite dragon patcher or not, but he explained that the whole thing had cost us £21,000 of taxpayers' money. The potholes on Milton Road were eventually refilled in April 21, 1 year before the evil GCP started digging up the road again. So now, the lot who were in charge then are now asking us to spend more public money. The briefing note says prohibitive amounts of time and resources would be needed to prove that we are not the ones carrying out unnecessary roadworks. Just please, I will reprise myself. Will you look in the mirror?
Thank you, Councillor Beckett.
Chair. On January the 6th, 2021, a violent mob stormed the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., resulting in deadly consequences. Why? Because of a conspiracy theory whipped up by a conservative politician for his own political gain. Today, here in this place, we see a Conservative Party again attempting to whip up a conspiracy theory for their own political gain. You might argue that it doesn't have the same impact as the Capitol riots, that nobody's going to get killed or hurt, but I'm here to tell you that it does have very serious, potentially deadly implications. Our highway workers put themselves quite literally in harm's way for us. They stand in front of traffic for us. They deserve our support. Councillor Sharp, you are the spokesman for the Conservatives on the Highways and Transport Committee. You did not turn up to the Highways Improvement Board last week on Wednesday when we heard our officers explaining what they do to reduce congestion in the city. Our officers work for countless hours and days going into organising our roads to attempting to reduce congestion, trying to stage manage 27 different fibre companies who all have the right to dig up the roads and make sure it is done with as little disruption as possible. This isn't a conspiracy. It's our dedicated street works team working all hours for you. With this motion, you disrespect the work that they do and you call into question our officers' integrity. Above all, though, you put our highway workers into even more harm's way. Councillor Sharp, again, last week on Thursday, we had the Strategic Collaboration Board, which again, you didn't show up to. This was with Milestone, our maintenance contractor, and they told us some very worrying stories. This year alone, we've had reports of crews having urine thrown at them. We've had operators physically assaulted by angry members of the public, and most shocking of all, since this most recent conspiracy theory started to come out about engineered roadworks, we've had a gate man deliberately run over by an angry member of the public, breaking his leg in 3 places. He could easily have been killed. This kind of conspiracy is dangerous. I now want to address those listening in at home on the live stream. Do not listen to this rubbish. Don't believe the conspiracy theories. Our highway workers and workers of other utilities are on the highway for your benefit. They are not deliberately introducing traffic. They're there to fill the potholes, fix your water supply, make sure you have electricity and broadband. They're the unsung heroes who will allow us to live, and without them, we'd be freezing even more than we are today. Without them, we couldn't live our lives. Please know that if you're having a bad day held up in a jam, they probably don't want to be there either. They want to be home with their families. Treat them with respect. And remember, they're somebody else's mum, dad, son, daughter, and they're just trying to do their job, often in difficult circumstances, so they can get home to their families. Councillor Sharp, Councillor Count, the Conservative Party. May I remind you that words have consequences. Words can have deadly consequences, and if they do, it will be on your heads. Don't sink to the levels of Donald Trump. You're better than this.
Councillor Dupre.
Councillor Sharp, what can I say? You got us banged to rights. Of course it was a conspiracy. It involved officers and elected members of the County Council, the Greater Cambridge Partnership and the Combined Authority, our contractors, the Department for Transport who provided scheme funding, utility companies and statutory undertakers carrying out works in the highway, bus operators, electric scooter suppliers, the Met Office for the weather, and of course, Bill Gates, George Soros, the World Economic Forum, and Mossad, and Opus Dei, and the Illuminati. And we would have got away with it if it hadn't been for you pesky Tories. But seriously, Councillor Sharp, seriously? At a time When money and time are stretched to snapping point, you want to waste both on detailed calculations and data to chase your ludicrous flat earth theories, to spend taxpayers' money not on providing services to residents, but on pursuing mythical conspiracies. Seriously? But there is actually a deadly serious point here, whipping up bogus tales of intrigue and subterfuge and leading members of the public to believe that work on our highways is all part of a sinister plot devised by their enemies, has consequences, as has been outlined today. It set members of the public against our own staff and the staff of our contractors. It causes tensions and hostility and puts the workforce in physical peril and under threat of bodily harm from people who have been fed this rubbish by their elected representatives. This isn't your motion, Councillor Sharp, but you've agreed to step in and you therefore take responsibility for it. Shame on you, Councillor Sharp. Shame on you for putting decent working people at risk in this way. Shame on you for spreading lies and misinformation. Shame.
Can you make your comments through the chair, please? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you. Happy Christmas, everyone. We are the Highways Authority, and so it falls to us to make any questions that need me in regards to highways. Now, I know sometimes those questions are uncomfortable, and so telling stories about Scooby-Doo or flat Earth is a good way to dodge them, but nonetheless, you can't dodge them. But at least those were quite funny, so thank you, Councillor Prey. But as for conflating the whole situation with things that happened in Washington on January the 6th, what a load of twaddle, do give it a rest. Honestly, I've never heard such rubbish in my life. It's just absolutely pointless to make such stupid comparisons, and he shouldn't be doing it. But since he did, I'll point out that only one person was fatally injured, and that was a protester shot by an overzealous police officer. So let's please try and get our facts right. Thank you.
Councillor Howitt.
I just can't comment on the last thing. Could either the mover of the resolution or the seconder, when he speaks, answer whether the Conservative Party are going to be transparent about the funding that they're putting into the Cambridge Residents Group? And if they don't answer the question when it's been asked twice today, will they accept that the public, our electorate, are right to draw some conclusions about their silence?
Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. So I actually haven't heard this roadworks conspiracy. This is actually quite new to me. So I didn't really kind of come in with any predetermination on this, other than obviously I think Alan's a nice guy and I would want to support him. But I'm really actually unhappy with what has been said in this debate, because it goes back to what I was saying earlier. When you call people names, you just make their position harder and more hardline. Calling people conspiracy theorists is not going to make them suddenly be like, oh, I was wrong, I won't be a conspiracy theorist anymore. I just wanted to actually hark back to back in COVID times. I actually really respected, I think it was Councillor Shayler, who made a number of actually really good comments. So I remember having a chat with Councillor Shayler in Wisbeach actually about vaccination and being kind of skeptical of it. And actually he was probably the most reassuring and actually factual person I spoke to about it, of all the people I've heard discuss anything actually in the whole time, because there was no kind of a you're an idiot, you're stupid. It was actually very kind of factual, very scientific, very knowledgeable. And I think that was actually a real credit, because when people say to you, you know, you're an idiot, you misunderstand, it doesn't help you. It doesn't actually, you know, all it does is it's very negative, makes you put your walls up. You don't want to speak, you don't want to engage. And it doesn't ever solve the problem, because perhaps you are wrong, you know, perhaps you are making some conspiracy theory in your mind, but no one's explaining to you why it's a conspiracy theory and why it's wrong. They're just insulting you. So if this is a conspiracy theory, and like I say, I personally haven't seen it, but I'm not kind of in with the Cambridge politics. If it is a conspiracy theory, let's not just start attacking people and calling them names. Let's explain factually why this is a conspiracy. Let's say that actually this is not right, this is the facts, this is why you're wrong, and do it in a calm, measured way.
Thank you, Councillor Mills.
Thank you, through you, Chair. There were 5 deaths directly attributed to the White House storming in January 2021. the twaddle that Councillor Tierney do seems to be emanating from his side of the room and his corner of the room. And I just wish that he would be more careful. Thank you.
Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I personally think that Councillor Goldsack's motion, as presented by Councillor Sharp, is a misguided conspiracy theory. The thought that anybody would try to make congestion worse when we are all trying to improve it is absolutely ludicrous. More importantly, when our officers and contractors are working under incredibly constrained situations, we know that our finances are tight. To suggest that officers should divert their time into gathering all of this unnecessary data is a monumental waste of time. Thank you.
Councillor Boulat.
Thank you, Chair. I see a mention in the motion about the catastrophic failure of the bus services, so I couldn't resist but to comment on this as probably one of the very, very few councillors who doesn't own a car and has to use the buses inside Cambridge City and also outside many of the county routes, probably have been on most of them. I do really reject this idea of kind of linking the failures in the bus service, which is very much to do with how Stagecoach as a private company have behaved with, like all this debate around, various conspiracies or not that have been happening around the consultation time. Buses are very bad now. They have always, they have been bad for like a very, very long time. Of course, it took like the mayor to step in to save some of the routes, such as the route connecting Cambridge to Newmarket, which I use very frequently as well. And yeah, just reject this idea that like, well, buses are much worse now because, like they have been like degrading over a long period of time. And that's why I actually welcome having this consultation, encouraging especially residents who are bus users like myself to look at other models such as franchising, such as different funding models for buses, because clearly the situation doesn't work. But I do reject this kind of linking the bus failures with somehow like this, whole debate, because it's not, it's not our failure in the bus services. It's of course how the bus services have been deregulated since the 80s really, and kind of the managed decline of that service.
Thank you. I have now exhausted my speakers.
Chairman, point of personal information, please. Just took me a minute to look it up. So USA Today, 5 deaths from January the 6th were 1 gunshot wound, 1 from drug overdose, 3 from natural causes, and after the fact, 4 officer deaths by suicide in the aftermath of the attack. Once again, 1 person fatally injured. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us. Do we have any other speakers on the motion? Would be helpful at this stage. No, if there are none, then I will go to Councillor Count as seconder of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I feel like starting a round of applause for the political expertise of the joint administration in taking the attention away from this motion and into the realms of fantasy, Trump, Capitol Hill, and conspiracy theories, because there's only one element of this entire motion that talks about anything that can be linked with a conspiracy theory, and it's concerns have been raised that these unusual occurrences will have artificially erased the occurrence of congestion during the consultation period. That is just a statement of fact from reading people's Facebook accounts. It's just concerns have been raised. The rest of it is actually about trying to compare where we are now with where we were before. There's a lot of detail gone in. I mean, works on Hilton Road, for example, we all approved that. The Conservatives were behind Milton Road, sorry, were behind that, and we all wanted to go ahead. But the fact is, every day when you go say yes to STZ's own Facebook site, there is a photo of a congested road, and yet there is another road just around the corner that has been shut. I mean, so it's the opportunity that's been used for this. There are comments on there about traffic lights malfunctioning, guided busways shut for repairs, the scooter zones we know that have been removed from the trial due to an admin error, Milton Road, East Road, changes at East Road, restricting. And if you don't answer those kind of questions from the public, why will they have any faith in you? So again, you've got a perfect opportunity to allay the fears of the public, but actually, what was it? What was it I've got here? A waste of time on getting into the detail. Councillor Dupre, I mean, I'm sorry, but perhaps the public do want some detail. Perhaps they do want to have their fears allayed. But also the main thrust of the motion isn't whether there was a conspiracy about what was going on. It's actually to show the differences on what is available for cars now compared to cars before, and what actually the bus service was doing during that time, which will vastly affect what you're able to deliver when you introduce your congestion charge. Obviously, we touched a nerve. You know, the motion as it came forward touched a nerve, because you'd far rather talk about anything but what was actually in front of you, which you've missed a trick and could have actually helped your cause to introduce this charge go further. Instead, you've just said to the public, don't look here, we've got nothing to hide. Honest governor.
Thank you. So we'll move to an electronic vote now. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. My fault. I apologise, Councillor Sharp. Would you like to sum up the motion?
I'll just, yes, I'm not going to be too long. I'll sum up very briefly, but I feel that I need to comment on certain things that were said. There is no way that this motion is intended to put any risk to any members of staff, and I'm slightly disappointed in Councillor Beckett, but I'll go on to that in a minute. Because yes, there is road rage, but I think the kind of people who would be doing road rage, I would imagine not the kind of people who will be watching this on a live YouTube stream. But I feel I have to answer a couple of accusations that were made. I didn't attend the Highways Improvement Board last week. I apologise, very late because of a personal issue. But on the other one, since you've mentioned it, I've been looking through my calendar. I cannot see anywhere that meeting on the 10th, I think it was, you said, in my calendar at all. If I've missed it, I apologise, but it's not in my calendar even as a non-accepted item. So if I missed that, because anybody who knows me, I mean, tomorrow I've got a pension fund committee meeting here. I'm then juggling a Zoom meeting. I'm going to have to do it in my car because I've got another face-to-face meeting at 3. So anybody who knows me, I will try to keep everybody happy and attend all the meetings that I need to, that I can. So, you know, I'm a bit disappointed in that. Just going back onto the conspiracy theory, I didn't mention conspiracy theory. I don't think it is. All that the motion is asking for is basically trying to get a comparison of like for like. That's all it's asking for. It's not sort of saying, I did comment, I admit on that there were comments made last night at that meeting, although I did actually say to those, certainly a couple of individuals who said it to me, well, you know, let's see, you know, that's not necessarily true. So I didn't necessarily be in agreement with those, but all this motion is doing is trying to get a fair comparison of like data for like data. Thank you, and I commend the motion to the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. So can we now please go to an electronic vote? Mrs. Rowe, can we set the system up?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Who are we missing? Still gone. Yeah, I think they've all gone. Yeah, okay. I'm now closing the vote.
And the results of the vote are as follows: 19 in favour, 28 against and 0 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is lost.
Thank you. That concludes discussion of the motions. Next, we consider item number 11A as set out on the agenda, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority and Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions, which will be dealt with in accordance with the protocol set out in Annex 1 of the Part 4.1 of the Council Procedure Rules of the Council's Constitution. The generic report summarising decisions made by the Combined Authority's formal committees was circulated separately to ensure it was as up to date as possible. It was circulated to members and published on the website on 9th of December 2022. Could you please raise a hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Singer? The Council's appointee to the board. You have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask Councillor Netherton, as our representative on the CPA board, some questions about bus review, which has been ongoing since 2018. On the CPCA ONS, we were led to believe this would take 6 to 12 months. We're now 4 years on. When can we expect completion and what are the expected outcomes? We're also now in a situation where over the last 2 years, we've lost out on available funding from the Department for Transport, where other authorities have been successful in their bids. How can I be confident that future bids by the authority will not result in failure yet again? I would like to refer to some comments made by Councillor Netherton in an earlier discussion. And when regarding the congestion charge, she said, we are listening to the people in their consultation and nor is it a foregone conclusion. How come then that a transport officer from the combined authority told me that the next bid to go in to central government would be predicated on the congestion charge coming into force? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut this down because it's going to take longer than 2 minutes. We all know that Stagecoach withdrew 9 routes, and I'm thankful that the combined authority has replaced the majority of them. However, it is not like for like. Some of the start and finish times do not tie up with school start and finish times, and this has led County Council, who are responsible for eligible pupils to provide transport, to have to lay on extra taxis and minibuses. What is the combined authority doing to address this? Because this also affects many more school children who are not entitled to free school meals, who now find they are regularly late for school. There's also the issue of costs. I have been made aware of a 17-year-old who catches the bus daily for the sixth form college in Ely under Stagecoach. The cost was £39 per month with a student discount. Can I just finish this bit, please? On a multi-trip card.
You could use a supplementary to ask the question.
Right, and I will do.
Councillor Singer.
Thank you. Having not had notice of this question and not wanting to give inaccurate information in relation to the bus review and when it's likely to be complete, I'm actually going to see if we can get a briefing note written from the combined authority to all members on that, rather than me just answer off the top of my head, which I don't think would be helpful. Because I do think it's important for all members of this council to know what the processes and timetables are for consultation on bus improvements at the combined authority. I'm also not going to comment on comments that might have been made by a transport officer about what might or might not be predicated on a congestion charge. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to comment on that here. I will, however, say that I am extremely well aware of the issues that have resulted from the changes to the bus routes as a result of Stagecoach withdrawing various routes. I think that I was relieved that the combined authority were able to step in, and relieved and grateful, and I think it's important to emphasise this, that many of the other bus companies in our area were willing to step up. I'm particularly grateful that one bus company in particular were willing to take on new staff in order to be able to extend the route. And actually many of them have been trying to take on new staff in order to try and provide the extra routes that they have taken on as a result of stagecoach withdrawal. But I am also very aware that those routes have left some gaps, and that it's particularly difficult for children who had previously relied on particular timetables to get to school, and those timetables are not available or the buses are unreliable. I think probably every one of us in this room is deeply frustrated by the situation with the unreliability of
Councillor Singer.
Okay, I'll sit down and
Thank you.
carry on.
Councillor Hay, would you like to ask a supplementary question? You have 1 minute.
Yes, as I said, there is an issue of cost. I've been made aware of a 17-year-old who catches the bus daily for sixth form college in Ely under Stagecoach. The cost was £39 per month with a student discount on multi-trip card that also allowed her to travel to Newmarket for a part-time job. This month, the same trip costs £113, 200% more. That cost the mother simply cannot afford. Again, what, if anything, is a combined authority doing to address such issues?
Thank you. So yes, I also understand and I'm aware of the concerns that there are, because the issue for a number of people is that because the new routes are provided by different providers, the Stagecoach discounts that you can get cheap tickets that cover large numbers of routes, those are no longer available because we don't have cross ticketing. And I think that that is something that many of us are, again, very aware of, and something that the combined authority would love to be able to do more about. We've heard time and again in this meeting about the frustrations with the current deregulation of bus services and how difficult it is for councils and indeed the combined authority to step in and fix all of these problems. I really hope that sometime in the coming year we will be able to find some solutions to fix the cross ticketing, and particularly to support young people in the 16 to 25 age range who desperately need to be able to get to work and education, and for whom there are not the same, there is no provision for that because they're not entitled to free transport in the same way that children are to school. So these are all issues that we are aware of. If Councillor Hay has any easy solutions, I'd be really keen to hear them. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, Councillor Hayes taken. So I apologise for not giving Councillor Neffsing a notice. It was really around, I've got in my division 15 students who are out of catchment and catch a public bus, and they're late every day at the moment, obviously since the changeover. And I noticed the bus strategy is going out for public consultation. Obviously that's long term, great. Hopefully we can get that going. But I'm just thinking what we can do short term so we can avoid those students being late for college every day. But I apologise for not giving you notice of that. But thank you.
That's quite all right, Councillor Sharp. You don't need to give me notice of that one because I know about that issue, and I have exactly the same issue in my own division. There are potentially, that there are large numbers of students in my division who also travel out of Cambridge in order to go to school out of catchment, and who are in exactly the same position with bus services with slightly different times, and particularly unreliability because the new provider doesn't have couldn't immediately provide additional drivers in order to be able to make the service run. I think we are all very aware of the concerns around this and just how important reliable bus services are. So we are doing everything that we possibly can. And yeah, if members were willing and able to put pressure on their members of parliament to try and improve the way in which we can interact with our bus operators, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
No.
Councillor Criswell.
Thank you, Chairman. I also have a question on behalf of a resident. I understand that as part of the bus review, a mapping exercise has been completed showing the way forward. And on that map are areas marked with what I can only describe as blue blobs, mainly in rural areas. We are told that is envisaged that these areas that have a service such as the Ting Dial Ride service, which is currently operating in the Huntingdonshire area, will run. But my problem is we're told there'll be 12 buses, but on this map, each blue area which will have this service shows a bus within the blue blob, but where there does not appear to be a bus shown in the Chatras blue blob, what are the people of Chatras supposed to do to get in or out of the town for jobs, medical appointments, etc.? I'd also like to know how much these dial-a-ride routes will cost the CPA, as the Huntingdonshire model currently has a gross net annual cost of £479,500. So we're not sure where this money is going to come from, Chairman.
Councillor Singer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will try and get those covered by the CPCA accurately rather than me answer them off the top of my head. So I'll try and make sure that answers to that are included in the briefing note. Thank you.
Councillor Count, did you indicate? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I hope, because my question is one of opinion, that you may actually be able to answer this one, Councillor Netzinger. As you know, you discussed the bus strategy quite recently at the CPCA. And whilst I welcome this sort of review of how we're going to operate buses, I want to focus on the question of where a bus requires a subsidy and value for money. I can't actually find anything in there, and maybe I'm missing the section, but at what point do you say actually we can't afford that? At what sort of figure? Is it £1 a journey, £2 a journey? Is it the price of a taxi? Maybe it'd be cheaper to get a taxi. So I was just wondering if there's been any discussions at the CPCA about at what level subsidy starts and what level subsidy becomes too expensive to move forward with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I'm nearly always quite happy to give an opinion. I think on the question, so there has been a certain amount of discussion at the Combined Authority on subsidy, and I have a sneaking suspicion that I may guess on which particular service the supplementary question may come. I think it's very important when we're talking about bus subsidies and subsidies to different kinds of transport to be clear about exactly what we are subsidising. So if you're talking about a routine bus route, there might be a level of subsidy which was appropriate or inappropriate. And again, sometimes that might depend on the area. And I would say that probably the level of subsidy that you might be expecting to give in order to provide at least some kind of public transport service to a very rural village might be quite different from the subsidy that you might expect to give in a slightly less rural area. But I think there are other things for which we might also consider subsidy, a higher level of subsidy, to be more appropriate. And certainly one of the areas where over time the Combined Authority has been quite generous in its subsidy has been in trialling new types of transport. So the Combined Authority has handed out a significant amount of money, for example, in trialling driverless transport in collaboration with other organisations. It's not really being used for passengers at the moment, but there is certainly a trial. There has been a trial running. We have also been trialling Voi scooters, and there is the Ting transport service, which is being trialled in an area of Huntingdonshire. The subsidy for that service is not just based on passenger numbers, it's also because working out how to manage and how to do demand responsive transport is something that is being trialled by a number of different right.
Would you like to ask a supplementary question, Councillor Count?
Yeah, and thank you for bringing a close to that. It's years since I watched Yes Prime Minister, but that's where I felt we was ending up with that answer. Look, it was an opinion I was looking for, and I agree with you. If you're going to Mr. Giles's farmhouse and picking up one person, and he lives 20 miles from anywhere, it's going to be too expensive probably to deal with that, whereas a hamlet or a village or a town. So I'm just trying to get an opinion from you. At what level do you think bus subsidies provide value for money? If you can't give me an exact figure, and I don't expect you to, but would you agree certain things like if it's cheaper to get a chauffeur-driven limousine or a helicopter, then that would be excessive. If it's actually give us some idea of where you are on this, because that is your contribution to the discussions at the CPCA, please.
So I'm not going to give you a figure. You won't be at all surprised about that. But what I am going to continue with is to say that sometimes when we are funding transport, we are not just funding the per person passenger journey transport, we are funding other things beyond that, like trialing new concepts and trialing different mechanisms for which people can get around. And I think it's very important to be clear about what the funding is for. The funding for the Ting bus service in Huntingdonshire is innovation funding. It is not just subsidy.
Thank you. Can you please now raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Atkins? Councillor Hoy, I missed you. Sorry.
All right.
Please go ahead.
This is obviously to Councillor Netzinger. Last council meeting when we were here, I asked you if there was any truth to talking about conspiracy theories, bit of a theme for the day, to the rumour that there was going to be a mayoral precept introduced, and you said that you had no idea about it, you hadn't heard anything about it, and it was kind of just a rumour. And it now seems it's been talked about in a number of meetings. There seems to be a number of people talking about it. So can I just ask why you weren't aware of it? Thank you.
I'm just trying to remember when you are, if that was at the last meeting, I imagine that it was something that was indeed at that point a rumour. If I have become aware of it since, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So my other question, my supplementary question is also on a rumour, although I'm now not completely have a lot of faith in what the answer will be, because the answer you gave me last time obviously was that there was no truth.
Councillor Hoy, this doesn't relate to the report. If you read the rules as or on your committee papers, it has to relate to the reports.
Okay, but my supplementary, okay, I'll ask then. So the bus subsidy report that's gone out, there was some talk about, this is again about rumours, there's some talk about congestion charging being extended to all districts. Can you please give me your opinion on whether or not you would support this as Deputy Mayor to introduce this in other districts?
I am absolutely not aware of any suggestion that the combined authority might be introducing congestion charging in other districts. I am, however, aware that the Conservative government are looking at road charging across the whole country, so perhaps it's referring to that.
Okay, moving on then. Could you please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Atkins, the Council's appointee to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee? Anybody like to ask? Councillor Tierney, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Atkins, perhaps you can just enlighten me, because I've had a kind of second-hand report of what was said at Overview and Scrutiny. I'd just like it clarified. So I'm told that somebody asked how a mayoral precept could come about. And they were told that the stand-in mayor would propose the precept, but that if Nick Jay had been available, he would not have been able to do so. I don't understand that, and hopefully you can explain it to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm afraid I don't believe I was present at the meeting at which those remarks were said, as I don't recognise them. So I don't believe I can answer your question. But it may be that a further clarification could be provided. If you can give me the text of your question, I can take that away and see what we can find.
Councillor Count.
Yeah, if it helps, my understanding is Councillor Atkins wasn't there, but Councillor Coates was, and therefore Councillor Coates as his substitute could answer the question.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you. That is true. I was his substitute. I'm afraid I'm not going to be any use to you, Councillor Tierney, because I can't recall what the circumstance was and the details of that meeting, but I will endeavour to find out and communicate it to you.
Any other questions? Agenda item 11B is written questions. No written questions were notified by the deadline. Agenda item number 12 is the exclusion of press and public. I move that the press and public be excluded from the meeting during its consideration of the following report on the grounds that it is likely to involve disclosure of exempt information under paragraph 1, part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972. as amended, and that it would not be in the public interest for this information to be disclosed as it refers to information relating to an individual. Can I have a seconder for that motion?
So seconded, Chair.
Are we all in favour of excluding the public? I think that's carried. With that, I think we're going to end the streaming on the council's YouTube channel. So I thank you, thank everybody who's watched us through all of our technical trials and tribulations this afternoon, and wish everybody